Shoo Shoo Pop Up. Bingus. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to monosodium_glutamate. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Noikre. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Kia.io. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Draculator. Dan Sapman Dan Sapman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Embits. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to 4th Jolt. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Neocot. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to net_very. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Peach Weasel. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Ants237. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring, it's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring, it's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring. He went to bed and the very next morning he woke up to start playing The Coffin of Andy and Laylee.
What's up, gamers? How's everybody doing? Happy New Year! 2026. I am starting off the new year with a bang, and by a bang, I mean being sick. Ho ho! I caught something while I was on vacation in Florida, which is not really that big a surprise. Nobody in my family really masks much anymore unless they themselves are sick. And so I was doomed. But it has not been terrible. Like, I have not been completely debilitatingly unwell, but my throat feels bad, which is bad for streaming. It's not easy to talk for a prolonged period of time with a sore throat. Or when coughing a lot and having a stuffy nose. But I'm here because I'm tired of not streaming. I checked a thing and it was... Oh my goodness. I checked a thing and it was like 16 days since the last stream, and I was like, fuck that. Oh god. Over 2 weeks? Are you kidding me? Redonkulous. Hello, Yose. Thank you very much for the raid. And thank you very much, Dan, for the 10 gift subs, tier 3 resub, and for the $11.10 donation.
It's like you were on holiday or something.
I was on holiday. But there were I have been on holiday. Yeah, I have been back from holiday for long enough that I could have streamed if I weren't sick. And there were a couple of days before I went on holiday where I could have streamed and wanted to stream, but didn't stream. I'm slacking! And thank you, Fidel and Tarin, for the resubs. There we go. Sick is just extended holiday. Yeah, bonus holiday. I get back and I still don't have to go back to work. But I want to, because I love video games. I'll tell you, I barely played any video games while I was on vacation. And since I have gotten back, I've barely played any video games. I've mostly just been, like, fucking languishing in my illness. I don't even feel that bad, I just don't feel up to... I just haven't really felt up to engaging with anything intently. So I've just been like catching up on some YouTube videos, messing around with I guess like the one game that I've really been playing is I'm still playing Idle Superpowers on my phone. I don't know how much more of that game I'm going to play. It feels like it's kind of spinning its wheels a little bit at the moment, but I don't know. hot damn! Thank you very much for the $20 donation, Tara. Just gonna lurk, no worries at all. So, let's do a recap of what all went down on my vacation. It was mostly just like hanging out with my family and having a great time, and so that was great. My mom is currently doing a whole lot better now that she has like mega dumped her shitty ex-boyfriend, and she's like getting a domestic partnership license with my aunt, who has been her best friend since like childhood. So I get to have two moms, and that's cool. It's not a romantic thing, it's just for the benefits, but I'll take what I can get. So, that aunt, leading up to Christmas, I contacted that aunt and was like, and also I say aunt, she was my mom's best friend. We just call her my aunt because that's what you do with family. Like, not family by blood, but that's how it is. So, alright, let's switch to this playlist, because this stream is just going to be a lot of talking. Just for the benefits. My mom assured me that if she swung that way, like, that kind of thing probably would have happened already. It's been over 40 years, it's not gonna happen. But yes. This is also the same aunt of mine who forced the state of Texas to recognize gay marriage so she could get a divorce. She's she's a cool lady. She's been on every continent in the world. She's great. She's also very short. Very, very fun lady. Including Antarctica? Yes, including Antarctica. I think she actually went to Antarctica before she went to Australia. But yeah, so I messaged her and was like, hey, thank you so much for all of the help with, like, everything you've been doing for my family, because my mom has been having some financial trouble, so my aunt, who makes more money than she knows what to do with, is currently financially supporting my family. Fantastic. Love her for that. And so I contact her and I'm like, hey, thank you so much for everything that you've done for my family. Could I ask for your help? Because I want to get my family a Switch 2 for Christmas. And I was wondering if I could have it shipped to you, and then you could bring it over for Christmas. And she was like, yes, absolutely, I would love to. This sounds great. And she told me, as you sent me that message, I had just got off the phone with your mom, where she had told me that she wanted to get the family a Switch 2 for Christmas, but couldn't afford it. And I'm like, yes! I'm a fucking hero. Oh, it's the captioner broken? Great. I have a feeling that's not going to be the only time the captioner breaks tonight. My voice is a little whack. So, I am now conspiring with my aunt to smuggle a Switch 2 into my family's household. And so, what ended up happening was she bought the things that I had listed out, which was Switch 2, some Joy-Cons, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Kirby Air Riders. Kirby Air Riders because I knew my middle sister would love that. She played a lot of Kirby Air Ride when she was young, so fantastic. Youngest sister would be perfectly happy just with the Mario Kart World, so that's her fixed up. And then my mom has loved Donkey Kong forever. She used to play the arcade game a ton. Big fan of the series. Like, she played a lot of the Donkey Kong Country games. She played Donkey Kong 64. She loved the newer Donkey Kong the newer Donkey Kong games, like Tropical Freeze and all that. And so I was like, Bonanza is very different, but she just loves Donkey Kong, so I'm sure she's gonna have a good time. And so, she got all that. I paid her back plus extra. And so that was all set. I get down there and I kind of want to save this story for more towards the end, but it was like one of the first things that happened while I was down there. I had a late flight. The flight was delayed, but because it was delayed before I left the house, I was able to play more Magic the Gathering with folks, and that was great. Fly down there, the flight totally fine. And I get there at 2 a.m. And so we just all go straight to bed. Next day, we all wake up, get dressed, and I am given... I have a badge to go to Holiday Matsuri, which is a big fan convention down in Orlando. Both of my sisters go to this convention basically every year now. Last year it was in the same... It shared a lanyard, an access lanyard with CEO, but unfortunately that was not the case this year. I didn't get to go watch fighting games. But it was me and my youngest sister, because middle sister... I don't remember if she had work or if she was going to do something with her fiancé or something like that. So it's me and my youngest sister. She is cosplaying a character that I am unfamiliar with, but earlier in the weekend she had cosplayed Futaba from Persona 5, and before that she was Princess Rosalina, while middle sister was Princess Peach, and they were doing a Mario Tennis princesses kind of duo. And my youngest sister does a lot of cosplay, and she's pretty good at this point. She puts together some pretty great looking cosplay. So I am with her, and we are just walking around enjoying the convention. It had been such a long time since I had gone to a non-furry convention. I'd kind of forgotten how awesome just a regular fan convention is, because you get a good variety, a good wide variety of stuff, and you get a lot more cosplay. So much cosplay, and so much really good cosplay, incredible costumes. A lot of Silk Song, a lot of Trigun, actually. Not just Stampede, but some classic Trigun costumes I saw around, and they were really great. I didn't get any pictures, unfortunately. Well, okay, that's a lie. I have some pictures, but we'll get to that. But yeah, like, we're going around and, I'm just, like, looking at the booths, because, it was mostly artist booths. Like, it was, like, 2/3 artist booths, 1/3 dealers booths. And so I was having a great time walking around, just checking out the art, like I usually do at a furry convention. Just it was much more like fan art based than original content, which is fun, you know, like going around and seeing cool. I got a couple of pieces of. Couple of pieces of merch. I got some Izutsumi charms from Dungeon Meshi. I got Mio and Nia from the Xenoblade games. I got little charms of those. And I got a Ghost Trick sticker. And I'm just going around enjoying the sights. And all the while, my youngest sister is looking for merch of a specific character. It's like a character from the most recent Demon Slayer movie. And it is her absolute favorite character. She's going to cosplay this character. She, like, loves this character to death. Don't remember the name of this character at all. They've got, like, kind of turquoise highlights in their hair. And, like, a turquoise handle on the sword. Something like that. Wish I saw a Yi walking around. I did see an Izutsumi walking around, and that was great. There were, like, a decent amount of Dungeon Meshi cosplay and fan art and stuff like that. Like, I was surprised. I was pleasantly surprised. There was one duo. One of them was Senshi, and one of them was Marcial, but they were both done up in holiday style, because this convention was, like, less than a week before Christmas. Yeah, a lot, like, really fun. Like, had a great time walking around and just talking about, like, shows and video games and anime with my youngest sister, and we don't, like, hang out one-on-one a huge amount, so this was a really fun experience. And I'm having a great time just looking around. And we are, like, we're, like, kind of wrapping up. You know, we had seen most of the booths, that we didn't get a really good look, but we had seen, like, a good chunk of the booths, and we were only intending to be there for a few hours because we were gonna go back home and do more stuff with the family. Sorry, I'm trying to get some pictures from my phone onto my computer. So, as we are walking around, just, like, trying to see the last few notable things to see, I saw a booth. And it takes me a moment to, like, fully recognize what's going on with this booth. I see it, but I don't really process it. And then I take another look because there's someone cosplaying as Jesus in front of it. And so it's like, oh, that's funny. I get another look, and I see the movie poster for The King of Kong. And I'm like, huh, is this a booth that just does, like, a variety of, like, video game themed documentary type stuff? No. this booth is dedicated entirely to the self-proclaimed greatest video game player of the century. The one, the only, Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell has an entire booth at this convention. And no. That it was someone dressed up as Jesus. And they were talking to a man with, like, shoulder length, slicked back hair. He's tall. He's wearing a suit. Hang on. Alright, so let me... Okay, so here, let's... Okay, this is probably fine. So this is a photo I took. It's Orlando, so it was bound to happen. Yes, I did not know that Billy Mitchell was an Orlando local, but there he is. Standing there, he was talking to Jesus. He's got his fucking hot sauce. And I have to, like, kind of guide my sister away and, like, kind of get some distance away from the booth. And then I, like, double over, like, kneeling down on the floor, just laughing hysterically. I have completely lost my goddamn mind, because, oh my god, Billy fucking Mitchell at a convention in 2025, and not just like, oh yeah, here I've got, you can get a DVD of The King of Kong. No. One of his fucking banners, Billy Mitchell, greatest video game player of the century. And so I am on the floor. I am losing my mind. And I have to explain to my sister, like, right here, right now, who the fuck Billy Mitchell is, because most people don't really know who Billy Mitchell is, and especially they wouldn't know if, like...
Okay, but was he Blockbuster Store Champion in 1993?
I couldn't have been Blockbuster Store Champion in 1993 myself. I wasn't born yet. Thank you for the tier 3 resub call. Which century? Presumably 1900 to 2000. If I had to hazard a guess. Yes, so I have to explain to my sister who Billy Mitchell is. For those of you unaware of who Billy Mitchell is, Billy Mitchell is, or was, the Guinness World Record holder for the arcade game Donkey Kong. One of the most classic, recognizable arcade games of all time. The origin of Mario. Donkey Kong. And this guy he had the high score. He was the best in the world at Donkey Kong. According to himself, mostly. He is a man who is very proud, very full of himself. He had this documentary made about himself called The King of Kong, all about his history playing Donkey Kong and how he attained the world record. And allegedly, Billy Mitchell may have cheated. Oh, hang on. Let's get the Spotify. There we go. Billy Mitchell may have cheated at Donkey Kong in order to attain this world record that he is so very proud of. You know, you can see, I believe, there he is, acquiring an award for how good at Donkey Kong he is. He is the King of Kong, according to himself. So I lost my fucking mind. I have to explain to my sister who Billy Mitchell is, the history, the allegations. And I, explained to her why I think it's so funny that he is here, because, how does a man in his position show his face in public, let alone, call himself the video game player of the century in a public forum? That's pretty wild. So I'm like, holy shit, I saw Billy Mitchell in person. This is incredible. What an amazing day. And we start walking away. I look over my shoulder. I see that there's no one else at the booth, except for the Jesus. And the Jesus is, probably not going to be there for much longer. And I take another few steps, and I look over my shoulder again. And I take out my phone, and I open the camera app, and I hand my phone to my sister, and I say, I need you to take a picture of me with Billy Mitchell. And my sister is very confused, because I just finished telling her that this guy is a fraud, he's a cheater, allegedly. And she's like, yeah, okay. I go over to the booth. I walk up to this man, and Billy Mitchell is tall, he's like 6'2", 6'3". I walk up to Billy Mitchell, and I say to him, excuse me, are you the man himself? And he gives me a big smile. He's like, yes, sir, I am. No cosplay here. Nice to meet you. He gives me a big, firm handshake. And I'm like, oh my god, it is incredible to meet you in person. And he's like, yeah, I like to come by for this kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, of course. Sorry if it's sorry to take up your time, but would you mind if I got a picture with you? And he said, no problem at all. And he kind of goes to put his arm around my back, and so my sister starts pulling up the phone to take the picture, and then he turns me away and starts guiding me behind the booth. And I'm like, what's going on? Why am I being abducted by Billy Mitchell? And he takes me behind the booth, and he takes me over here. And he hands me this belt. This big, gaudy wrestling belt that says King of Kong on it. And he's like, and you know what? This isn't gonna cost you a dime. Because unlike those cheapskates over there, and he turns across, his booth is directly across from all of the voice actor booths, all of the signing panels and stuff, where you go to get autographs. Unlike those cheapskates over there, I never charge for photos, I never charge for autographs. He is so fucking proud of himself. He pointed directly at Steve Bloom's booth. He called Steve Bloom a cheapskate for having the gall to charge for autographs. Oh my god, and he has a fucking plaque. It's not just on a little card, he had a plaque that said, free photos, free autographs, and he gestures at the plaque all proud of himself. And so, I am, like, barely containing laughter. I am bursting at the fucking seams, because, oh my god, not only does he have a dedicated photo zone, he just called Steve Bloom a cheapskate! What an absolute dipshit! And so I'm holding up the big stupid wrestling belt, and he does his signature double thumbs up pose. And so here I am. The man, the myth, the legend, Billy Mitchell. And so I set down the belt and I'm like, oh my god, thank you so much for this. You know, it truly is incredible to meet you in person. It's not an honor. No. I'm very careful about my words. It's not an honor to meet him, but it is incredible to meet him. And, like, as I'm, like, starting to walk away, he's just like, hey, do you like hot sauce? And I'm like, I do, but I'm not from around here, you know, I flew in, so I don't really have a good way to transport it, I'm sorry. And he's just like, I understand, have a great rest of your day. I'm like, you too. And I am, like, I am speed walking away from that booth as quickly as I can, because I had to be out of, like, immediate sight line before I started laughing hysterically again. Because, oh my god, Billy Mitchell. Oh my god, Billy Mitchell. He called Steve Bloom a cheapskate. He has a dedicated photo op. He's trying to upsell me on his family's hot sauce. Oh my god. Oh, just so impressively full of himself, just so, like, he has a natural charisma about him, you know, he did not like, the things that he did were just like, whoa, dude, calling them cheapskates, like, you can't do that, but he did have a sort of charisma about him, so it became so much more understandable, how he had gotten himself into this position. Got a Saul Goodman kind of look to him, yeah, just like, and like, his tie is fireworks, he's got an American flag hanky in his fucking jacket pocket, just like, oh my god. What an incredible guy. Yes, so, I was extremely tempted to buy the hot sauce. I thought I really genuinely wanted the hot sauce. But if I stood there trying to buy his hot sauce, I was going to laugh in his face. I had to extract myself from this situation as quickly as possible because I was going to laugh. It was not like I was not going to laugh with him. I was going to laugh at him. I needed to be away. So that was like the highlight of my entire fucking trip. Just the fucking wrestling belt dedicated photo op zone. Oh my god. Just truly incredible. And so I had a fantastic rest of my vacation. we went to a nice ramen place. I hung out with my sister's fiance, who was a cool dude. I met sister's fiance's parents, who are Fox News watchers, but generally personable, you know. Not, his mom called Mumdani a socialist, and his dad made some racist jokes about Italians, which he is an Italian. He's a New York Italian, so he was like, it's okay, I'm allowed to make these jokes, and I'm like, you shouldn't. But me and my mom are good enough in these scenarios where we just immediately fucking swerve. Just like, because my mom was talking up how much she loves New York, and both of his parents had lived in New York, and so, you know, mom is just like, no, mayor is a socialist, and we're just like, well, we're not really interested in the politics, you know, we just like the city, kind of thing. Just like immediate, just like, nope, not engaging with that, nope. And so things generally went pretty smoothly. I had some very fancy Mexican tequila. I'm not a big tequila guy, but I could still appreciate just like, damn, that is some high-quality tequila. And most importantly, I had lumpia, because the mom was the one who had made the lumpia that I had last year, or the year before. That made me so into lumpia. And, oh, it was so good. The lumpia was so good. And now, I got her lumpia recipe. And I got the recipe for the sauce that she uses. And so, I'm hoping that we will be capable of recreating that. But, like, all of the food that she made was absolutely delicious. It was a wonderful meal. And apparently she plays Mahjong, and so my mom might end up learning how to play Mahjong. So I'm looking forward to my mom absolutely whipping my ass in Mahjong. Just tell me when so you can bring your set. Yeah, I was like, you know, if you learn to play Mahjong, then, you know, me and the guys would be happy to join you, if you ever come up to visit. But yeah, so we had dinner with fiance's family. My aunt came over, discreetly delivered the goods. We watched Elf. We watched Jingle All the Way. Just a couple of Christmas classics. Jim Carrey's The Grinch. Charlie Brown Christmas. Just a lot of classic Christmas stuff. Elf is like my family's #1 Christmas movie. It does have some of that secondhand embarrassment humor in it, but to me, it plays out like, it avoids the worst aspects of that kind of humor by being very authentic and very genuine in all of the right ways. Like, to me, it dodges the problems with the secondhand embarrassment in the same ways that Napoleon Dynamite does. Of, like, it has these weirdo characters, but it treats them as, you know, like Napoleon Dynamite and a lot of those characters are very socially awkward, very strange. If you looked at them as just like real people, but as characters and what they represent and how they are represented, it's just like, you feel for Napoleon, you feel for Buddy the Elf. Just like, their own authenticity makes them more likable, more endearing. Like, it really sets them up to be more so the protagonists than the people who treat them as odd. But yeah, you know, we watch Christmas movies. Jingle All the Way is one of my personal favorites. My family has never been super into it, but it's, you know, that movie definitely has its fucking moments. Put the cookie down! No! The fucking fight in the black market Santa warehouse. It's so goofy, it's so fun. So, with the goods delivered, since I was sleeping on the couch in the living room where the Christmas stuff was, I was able to set up the Santa gifts. I set up the Switch 2 and the games, the controllers all nice, and so the next morning, when my family came downstairs, my sisters came down first, and then my mom came down, and my sisters were looking at the tree, and I pointed at there was a little Christmas village set up underneath the TV, and that's where I had set up the Switch, and so I pointed over there, and I was just like, the gift is right there. And all three of them kind of turned to look at it at the same time. And just all three of them just like, oh my god! My mom started crying a little bit because she was like, no, you didn't! You can't! And I'm like, I did! Because I was very proud of myself. It was very sweet. It was very nice. I got some banger gifts myself, and leading up to Christmas Day, me and my siblings usually go out, do a little Christmas shopping at like Target and stuff like that. Just pick up a couple of things for usually mostly for my mom. And so I got my sister like a rice cooker and the Stardew Valley cookbook. We got mom some perfume and a blanket, a nice water bottle because she's been exercising a lot, just stuff like that. I ended up getting a box of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering booster packs, which I am probably going to play with the local friend group on Saturday, assuming that I am not still particularly contagious. I also got Root. I got some cool shirts, including, unfortunately, an AI-designed shirt that my mom got off Redbubble because she looked up Lucario's shirt on the internet, and the first result was just like, yeah, that's blue, that's close enough. And it was like $17, so it was like, it's cheap. Not even $17, it was like $13. It was like cheap. And like the first thing that showed up, and so I don't blame her. It's not the first time that she got me some like weirdo Redbubble knockoff shirt. I have a shirt it's somewhere. It's in my room right now. I have a shirt. It's a Game Grumps shirt, and it's using like the classic Game Grumps logo, and it has like the classic Aaron and Danny faces, like the original designs for those. And it also has JonTron's face on it. And I'm like, whoa! This knockoff fucking Game Grumps shirt. And so, I never actually wear it, but I just get a kick out of looking at it, because it's like, This knockoff fucking shirt got Danny and John on it. It's so funny. It's also too small for me, so I'm safe. Start recording. There we go. Alright. Should be good from here. Alright, so... what the fuck was I talking about? Right, the fucking Game Grumps shirt. Right, so, I got some nice shirts that weren't the knockoff Redbubble shirt. Got a bunch of snacks, got some, you know, hygiene supplies, socks, stuff like that. But I think one of the coolest things... Oh, I also got the Xenoblade 3 amiibos, so I have another Catgirl on my shelf, and I can excuse it by saying it's video games. So I'm safe. But yeah, the, one of the coolest things that I got for Christmas was... what's the name of this book again? Let me double check this, because it's right here. I have not actually unpacked yet. I got Just One More Thing, Stories from My Life by Peter Falk. And so, this is Peter Falk's memoirs. Peter Falk, for those who do not know, he was the guy that played Columbo. So I got Peter Falk's memoirs, written by Peter Falk himself. My mom was telling me how there were many different Peter Falk memoirs that were written, like memoirs and biographies and stuff like that, but this is the only one that was actually written by Peter Falk himself. And apparently this was like a library book, and so my mom did a fantastic job of cleaning this up and getting rid of the library book remnants from it, and it's in pretty good condition overall. So I just thought this was a very cool gift. Just like, yeah, I have been watching a lot of Columbo the last year or two, and so I'm looking forward to cracking into this. And I know that Peter Falk is an incredible storyteller and writer and all of that, so I'm sure it's going to be excellent. But yeah, by the time Christmas Day rolled around, my throat was already starting to feel a bit scratchy. It was dry. I was having to chug so much water. And so... we spent, like, a good chunk of the day after Christmas. We spent, like, a lot of Christmas Day just, like, playing Switch 2 games and just hanging out. Played a lot of Mario Kart World. Helped my mom get used to Donkey Kong Bonanza. Next day we went out, we did mini golf at this mini golf place that was, like, way too expensive. It was, like, mini golf and a bar and grill, and it was very much styled towards, like, people who want to feel like they are pro golfers, like this is, like, golf lifestyle kind of vibes. If you're a pro member to the mini golf club, then you get to rent the fancy putters. But even just the regular putters they use were already way fancier than most mini golf places would use. All of the balls they used were, like, high quality stuff, and so I stole one of them. Don't tell the cops. Country club at mini golf. It was a little too ritzy, and a lot of, like, there wasn't theming to the courses, so it was all really high quality, like, everything was immaculately kept. And they had a system where you can use an app to order drinks to the current hole that you are golfing at, and they have, like, little cup holders at the start and end of every hole. I'm sure the drinks were obscenely expensive. But, like, it was still fun. Like, we still had a great time just mini-golfing with me, my mom, my sisters, and sister's fiancé. Sister's fiancé, just, like, because people would just randomly leave their clubs in places, by the end he just had 4 different clubs, and he would just putt one-handed while holding 3 clubs in the other hand. Because that's, at first, like, he had picked a left-handed club despite being right-handed, so he was already putting backhand. And then he would switch clubs, and so he had, like, a super small child's one, and he's just like, this one's for close range, precision shots, and I'm like, yeah, okay, bud. Sister's fiancé is a goofball, he's a fun guy, I like him. And he actually started performing pretty well towards the end, such that, he did end up in last place, but he was only 1 point, behind my youngest sister, who was 1 point behind both me and my mom, who had, like, we had tied for second, and we both were 1 point behind my middle sister. And so there was a 4-point difference between last place and first place across 5 players. It was really impressive. And then we went to a Mexican restaurant, and I ordered a burrito, and I was expecting an Illinois burrito, but I got a Florida burrito, and oh my god, it was so big, it was so dense, my stomach felt so bad. And everyone at the table was just like, oh my god, you actually ate the whole thing. And I'm like, yeah, I ate the whole thing. I don't feel good. There's different burritos. It wasn't necessarily a difference in style, it was a difference in size. The burrito was just gigantic, as opposed to the burrito that I get from the local Mexican place, which is reasonably sized. I kinda wish I had one of those burritos right now, to be honest. I'm kinda hungry. Oh, yeah, last thing to talk about before the trip home. Earlier on in the visit, me, my youngest sister, and my mom went to where my sister, the middle sister, works. Which is a fucking kinda fancy microbrewery kind of place. Like, they do their own beers, and the beers were good. And like, the food there was actually really good. I had a Hell's Kitchen quesadilla, which was like chicken, cheese, and black beans, and it had a really good sauce. Like, pretty great stuff. While we were there, we were having a prolonged discussion about my mom's history of theft. Nowadays, my mom just usually yoinks fancy teaspoons. Like, if she finds a teaspoon that she really likes and they won't let her buy it, she will yoink it. Sometimes. It has to be really nice, and she has to think that she'll get away with it. She's not stupid about it. But she is not the only guilty party in this. many tubes of Blistex I have accidentally gotten away with, because, like, we'll get into the store and I'm like, oh, I forgot my Blistex. Well, I'll just crack into a new tube. I'll open up a new tube and we'll pay for it on the way out, and then we forget. There were multiple times where I was too thin for all of my shorts, so anytime where I forgot a belt, when we're going shopping, I would, like, go to the belt. I would go to where the belts are, and I would just put on one of the belts and just wear it until we left. And so I own 2 belts that I forgot to take off before I left. None of my thefts were intentional. They were thefts of negligence more than anything. Gucci belt. I do have a belt that says it's authentic, or like genuine Italian leather, and it's a pretty nice belt, and I may have stolen that one, but I think I know that at least one of the belts that I stole was just like a super shitty $20 something or other that I needed to hold my pants up while I was in the fucking Zellers or whatever. I dropped something. Hang on. There we go. Giving us the internal monologue audition for the Thief games. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sonic R. You've got lyrics. I'm talking too much. This song is a little more in line with thievery. My mom was telling me a story about how my grandfather really, really wanted the pint glasses that the Red Lobster house beer came in. So Red Lobster, when I was young, apparently had like a house beer that they would serve. And apparently, it came in a novelty pint glass.
4-year whiskeys.
Oh yeah, 4 years. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Ash. And apparently it came in like a pint glass with like a lobster in it, and like its claws are like kind of bulging out the sides of the glass. Like the lobster was in the design of the glass itself. And my grandfather fucking loved these pint glasses. He wanted one so badly, but they didn't sell them. And so, after several visits to Red Lobster, where my grandfather would complain about them not letting him buy one, and, like, at least one instance of my mom telling the waitress, just like, hey, you should do, like, an event where you can get these glasses. These glasses are so much fun. And the waitress was just like, yeah, whatever. So, during one subsequent visit, I believe it was to a different Red Lobster than the one where she had espoused, or whatever that fucking word is, where she had talked openly about her desire to have one of these cups. She told me her strategy. She told me how she did it. So after she had finished her pint of Red Lobster beer, she had set the glass down into her lap. And just, like, let it sit there for a while to see if it would be mentioned, if it would be brought up at all. And it wasn't. And so, because I don't remember if it was my middle sister or my youngest sister, who was a baby at the time. So my mom had the diaper bag. And so she, like, had the diaper bag open and like on the floor directly in front of her. And so she just, like, in one smooth motion, like, brought her hand down, like, grabbed the glass on her way down as she's, like, reaching into the diaper bag, and so she, like, stuffed the glass in there and then pulled something from the diaper bag out. And so smooth, so perfect, the heist went off without a hitch. And so, as they were on the drive home from the Red Lobster, my mom produced the pint glass, and my grandfather was over the moon, just like, how'd you do it? I didn't see a damn thing. How'd you pull it off? And my mom was just like, I'm not telling. And that Red Lobster pint glass was proudly displayed in my grandfather's home until he passed. He fucking loved that Red Lobster pint glass so much. And so, while we were at this, like, microbrewery type place where my sister worked, and my mom was telling us these stories, my mom also mentioned, like, I think all of this started because my mom had offhandedly mentioned just like, oh, look at the plates here. These plates are so nice. And so she was telling these stories, and then my sister came by to, like, check in on us and chat a little bit. And I was like, oh, hey, how's it going? Yeah, Mom was talking about how she wanted to steal one of these plates. And my sister's response was not, hey, don't do that, I'll get in trouble. My sister's response was just like, oh, the plates are pretty nice, but what I really want is one of those glasses that y'all are drinking beer out of right now. And they weren't, like, full-size pint glasses, but they were, like, pretty nice cups. And she was just like, I love those cups. And so, of course, we did end up leaving that restaurant having paid for our meal and everything. But we did have one of those cups. And so, and my mom, like, not a second fucking thought, just like, oh, she wants one of these cups? Oh, she's getting one of these cups. And so, and she was slick about it. I didn't even know where she had stashed it until we got all the way home and she pulled it out. Because I had gone to I thought that she put it into my youngest sister's bag that she had with her. But no, she put it in the fucking bag. I had gone to the drugstore to get some lactase pills, and she put it into that bag. That coming from a crime family explains so much. Accidentally walked out of a restaurant with one of their non-paper cups when I was very young. Felt guilty for weeks. We were coming out of a barbecue place that we used to go to fairly frequently, and there were two of their pint glasses just, like, sitting on the bench outside. My mom just, like, as she's walking out to the car, she just, like, yoink, just scooped them right up. Just, you know? Robbing one of your favorite places. So, this is supposed to be a tier list stream, but telling stories about my family is fun too. There was an extremely good Chinese place, like, not too far from, not where my mom lives now, but close to where she used to live. Local place, some of the best house fried rice I've ever had. Just, like, some of the best fried rice in general that I've ever had. So fucking good. And we go there. I believe like we were there for Mother's Day or something like that. And they had these really nice black lacquered chopsticks. Really nice chopsticks. Just, like, felt good to hold in the hand. Nice weight to them. Very smooth. really nice chopsticks. So we own those now. Well, I own those. So my mom had yoinked them, and I ended up with a pair. And so, we went back to that restaurant another time because the food there was so good. And when we got there, instead of the really nice black lacquered chopsticks, they had the super cheap, like, wood disposable chopsticks. And I looked directly at her and I'm just like, this is your fault. This is all your fault that they don't have the nice chopsticks anymore. And she's just laughing. She's like, oh no, I didn't mean it. That was probably the most villainous of all of her big heists. Lacquer chopsticks are fancy, but they suck ass. These were nice. These were really good. But I mean, the pair of them that I have now, they've been like kind of worn down a bit, so they probably have better grip than they would have by default. But yeah, so that was our fucking heist, our Christmas heist. A Christmas heist. And we had a few fun moments while we were Christmas shopping of just like trying to sneak around each other because we were buying gifts for each other. Oh! Oh god, hang on. Okay, coughed up a lung. All good. So... Another thing that happened while we were at the convention, was... we walked by one of those, like, replica weapon booths, and most of them were, like, kinda cheap looking, like, wrong size, too small. Like, they had the smallest fucking Buster Sword I've ever seen at this booth. But as we were looking at the weapons, my youngest sister spotted one of the katanas, and she was like, oh! And I'm like, what? That's the character's sword! That's the sword of the character that I want to cosplay, the character that I love so much. And I'm just like, oh shit. And... so I'm thinking, like, is there any possible way I could send her away where I could buy this sword? Because I went over and asked and was like, how much is that sword? And she's like, 45 bucks. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty affordable if it doesn't, like, completely suck. And so, you know, we're checking it out. And I'm like, is it the right size? Like, do you think it is the correct size for that character? And, like, we pull the sword out of the sheath, and she's like, it's got the right design on it. And it's, like, a prop sword, so it wouldn't have to be piece-bound or anything. It wasn't made of metal. It was made of... I don't know if it was plastic or wood, but it's not, like, super-duper durable, but it looks pretty good. And so I was just like, fuck it. I'll get it for you now. Merry Christmas. And she's like, oh my god, are you sure? And so she ended up carrying this big cardboard box that had the sword in it around for the rest of our time at the convention. And so I spent way too much money while I was down there, but I mean, a lot of the money that I spent was on family, so I felt good about it. What didn't feel good was, by the time I got to the airport to leave, I was, like, full sick mode. Like, my nose was runny, my throat was feeling pretty bad. Like, nothing was painful, I didn't feel miserable, but just, like, because my flight had been delayed and I had to hang out at the airport for an extra like 2 hours, it was like, this sucks. But I was coping okay with it. Turns out the Orlando airport is a fucking madhouse. After Christmas, oh my god, it was over an hour for the to get through the security line. And considering the number of people in there, the fact that it was only over an hour was kind of impressive. It easily could have been over 2 hours, the number of people in there. It was fucking crazy. And there was one lady who, like, at one point, she was making her way up the line, like, tapping on people's shoulders, just like, my flight is boarding right now. Could I go in front of you? And my flight had already been delayed, so I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever. She only got, like, 3 people ahead of me before there was a group of people who told her, our flight is boarding too, lady, like, we're in the same boat here. And, I think from that point to actually getting to the scanners, it was another, like, half hour. That lady did not hit her flight. That lady did not make it. Absolutely no chance in hell. But I ended up with, like, an empty row on the plane itself. And so I'm just luxuriating in it. I'm, like, laying across all 3 seats, just, like, lounging, just, like, switching seats just 'cause. Like, I was having a great time, just, like, making full use of the space. And I'm very glad that nobody was next to me, because I did have to, like, take my mask off to blow my nose, because otherwise I would have suffocated. But when the flight began its descent, I wasn't able to get my ears to pop properly because of the congestion in my head. And so for, like, 20 minutes straight, I was, like, constantly forcing myself to yawn. I was making the motions in my mouth of chewing gum in hopes that would help, like, relieve some of the pressure, because I felt it. Like, I felt, like, a sharp pressure in my ears for, like, way too long. I was just, like, I was just, like, desperate to try and, like, you know, force a yawn or something, because I was like, if I do not get my ears cleared out of this, my fucking eardrums are gonna rupture, and then I don't know what to do in that situation. It was swallow, yeah. It was, I was trying every trick in the book that I had heard. Missed the main talk about the convention. Was it a small comic book convention? No, it was pretty big, actually. Holiday Matsuri is pretty big at this point. Oh, the first Holiday Matsuri that happened, me and I don't remember if both of my sisters went or not, but I and one or both sisters went to the first Holiday Matsuri, and it was like, it was pitiful. It was so sad. There was, like, a grand total of 8 booths. The event space had, like, no actual no space for any panels or activities or anything like that. And the hotel that it was being hosted in was extremely small. And so I remember there was an extremely good-looking Samus cosplayer, and she had her helmet off, and she was on her phone very clearly, like, trying to contact someone for a ride home because there was nothing there was nothing to do. It was pitiful. But now, it's in the Orlando Convention Center. Actually, could I switch back to... Yeah, like, you can see, like, it's taking place in a pretty large event space, and, like, I couldn't see the end of the booths from one side of, like, from where the booth started to the other end of the booths. I basically couldn't see the other end of the booths. It's actually pretty big. And it was not, like, miserably crowded. Apparently it was more crowded the other days, but, like, I had a really great time walking around. Would recommend. How did you manage to get an empty plane? So I didn't have an empty plane. I think almost every other seat on the plane was taken, but I reserved an aisle seat in a row that hadn't had any of the seats taken yet. So, like, there were 3 empty seats, and I took the aisle seat. And I think that might have discouraged people from taking either of the other 2 seats. And so I was very blessed that nobody ended up in either of those other 2 seats. But also, there was just, like, thousands of fucking flights taking off from that airport. So there was a fucking million people at the airport, but they were all going to different places. Anyways, that was my vacation. It was pretty good. I got a picture taken with Billy Mitchell, and I laughed about it so much. So, that's the moral of the story. One second, I need to blow my nose. Hey, video games! Let's talk about video games. I can't believe the story was how I found out that Steve Bloom's a cheapskate. I have Steve Bloom's autograph on a, like, special edition Cowboy Bebop DVD that my sister got me. Prized possession. Okay, video games. So this one is kind of just a holdover, because not much of Infinite Wealth was actually played this year. I think it was mostly just post-game stuff. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is still an S-tier game. Like, having put some time between myself and playing that game, I still think the game mechanics were really fantastic. I did have some qualms with the main story, especially with the antagonists. I think some of the primary antagonists were a little undercooked, but I really enjoyed the story that it told. I really enjoyed the character interactions, like the new characters, Chitose and Tomizawa. Like, I really enjoyed the cast. I really enjoyed the mini games, and the core combat system was just like, I feel as though it was much improved over Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is a high bar. That game was fantastic. But I think the new skills and the system where you can, like, move your characters around and stuff, and the team-up attacks and all of that, I think it really elevated the combat to be a whole heck of a lot of fun. So, even for all of its faults, which there are a couple, S tier. Old school RuneScape, I still haven't actually, I haven't played since Sailing was released, but I thought Gridmaster was really great. I was annoyed by how much of Gridmaster was just like really high level combat challenges, as opposed to there being some more skilling content. But considering that it was a shorter event, only a month as opposed to the usual like 2.5-3 months that leagues usually go. I thought Gridmaster was a lot of fun, and I am hoping that they do more of that kind of thing in the future. And even outside of Gridmaster, I did some quests over the course of the year. I didn't play it super regularly, but old school RuneScape is real good. And I think currently, even without having experienced any of the sailing content, I think just Varlamore, all of the Varlamore expansions that they have done, and all of the stuff that Continent has added to the game, I think it has improved so much about the game. Just shoring up areas and skills where just like, oh, fletching is not really that fletching is not interesting or fun to level up. Alright, we have now introduced a little fletching minigame where you get bonus prizes. Fantastic. And the fact that they keep adding more and more stuff like that, I think the game is just generally on a really good trajectory. I think they've been handling old school RuneScape really well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the league for this year is going to be like, because they didn't do a formal league for old school RuneScape. They just did a Gridmaster thing, but hopefully they've got something really cool in mind for a 2026 old school RuneScape league. I love RuneScape. Actually, I love old school RuneScape. RuneScape, on the other hand, there are some problems. I'm going to talk about RuneScape in the context of my experience playing the RuneScape League, which was the first league that RuneScape, aka RuneScape 3, had done. I think there were a lot of problems with it. The relics often did not feel as powerful or impactful as you would want them to be. A lot of the tasks were very basic and in a lot of places very grindy, in ways that weren't as interesting as a lot of the tasks in old school RuneScape leagues tended to be. I think it was a good first attempt, and I think some of the systems they had in place were good. But one of the biggest problems with the RuneScape League was there were so many quests that you had to complete. And RuneScape 3 does not have the same kind of quest helper type system that old school does. And so it was more of a hassle to go through the motions of completing these quests, because usually you're not playing a league to experience this content for the first time. Usually doing quests is kind of just the cost of accessing new content. As opposed to, in my experience, like just playing on a regular account, doing the quests is often a primary goal. to seek out. Because a lot of the quests are good and interesting and fun, but just like, you know, you're playing a limited time game mode, you don't really feel as though stopping to smell the flowers is what you ought to be spending your time on. And so there were a lot of problems with the RuneScape League. Overall, I did have a good time with it, but the biggest thing about RuneScape 3 that I am excited for is not for them to do another league or anything like that. What I'm excited for is for them to follow through on a lot of the big plans they have over the course of this coming year for reducing microtransaction bloat, reducing a lot of the more annoying aspects of keeping up with RuneScape. A lot of people refer to RuneScape 3 as Dailyscape, because so many activities in that game are locked to completing, like, either doing a certain amount of it daily or doing a thing daily and then waiting for real time to progress. But the developers of RuneScape 3 have come out and said, we are, in this coming year, moving forward, we are aware of all of these problems, and like, here are a lot of the plans that we have to fix these problems. Like, they're cutting out as much of the real-time gating as is feasible. Like, they're going through cutting out real-time gating, removing microtransaction-based boosts. Like, they have login bonuses and stuff like that, and a lot of that stuff is being cut as well. And they intend to compensate for the loss of these systems by adding new systems to make leveling these skills more engaging, you know, redoing some of the balance for some of these skill progressions in order to make the skills feel better to progress when you are actively playing, which is what they want. You know, the intent is for the game to be played, as opposed to, you know, log in, do your dailies, and then come back tomorrow. And so, I still overall had a good time with the RuneScape League. I've played a lot of RuneScape 3 before ever going to Old School, and I like a lot about RuneScape 3. I think some of the systems that differentiate RuneScape 3 from Old School, like, there are fun, different systems, and one of the biggest things that I appreciate, there are more AFK forms of skilling and stuff like that present in RuneScape 3 than Old School. And I like having the option to AFK. I like having the option to, like, do AFK grinding at the cost of it not being as efficient or effective. Because it's just like, I would love to make a little bit of progress, but I'm busy. And so having an AFK skilling method is really appreciative. Or really appreciated. And despite all of the problems that I had with the League, I still had fun with it. I think RuneScape is probably a low A. Like, RuneScape 3 is probably a low A, all in all. But I think its placement is very optimistic. I'm looking forward to what they do with RuneScape 3. Which, you know, has not really been the case for a lot of, for years now of RuneScape 3's existence. Castlevania Order of Ecclesia. Did I only play Order of Ecclesia this year? Did I play the others or not this year? Did I play the others in 2024? I think that may have been the case. I'm having a little bit of trouble remembering specifics of this last year. I'm sorry. Order of Ecclesia. I like Order of Ecclesia. I think it is a pretty good Egavania, but I did not like the game being level-based. I think the game being level-based diminished a lot about what I liked. What I like about the Metroidvania style of gameplay. Separating out the world into distinct chunks as opposed to everything flowing. And, Symphony of the Night, Aria of Sorrow, all of these games do have these sections of the game that are functionally separate areas, but just the fact that they did not really flow into one another really did take a lot of that feeling of exploration out. And we'll be getting back to that topic later. But in spite of that, I thought the core gameplay systems were fun. I liked the yoink your enemies' spells, yoink your enemies' abilities. I thought those systems were fun. I thought the dual wielding, you're always dual wielding different spells and weapons and stuff like that, and picking which of these spells and weapons you're using and how you actually use them in combat. I felt like there were a lot of really cool decisions, a lot of fun decisions being made as I played. So, I am going through this area that is very full of enemies, very full of skeletons, but also full of zombies. And so the skeletons were very weak to blunt damage, the zombies were very weak to slashing damage, and so I would dual wield a blunt weapon and a slashing weapon, and I would just use one of them depending on which enemy I'm fighting in that exact moment. I think it was smart, I think it was fun. I just wish that it felt a little more Metroidvania-y. Oh yeah, also the side quests in that game were insane. Wow, thank you so much for going out and getting this very rare item for me. In exchange, I am giving you the privilege to buy this item in a shop. Wow. Thank you so much. Did I do Aria and Dawn as well this year? Hang on, I need to double check this. Where's... but yeah. Order of Ecclesia, and also I feel as though Order of Ecclesia had a good challenge to it. I feel as though it was tough without being annoyingly difficult. And I enjoy a game that's well balanced in terms of its challenge, I guess is one way to phrase it. Okay, so I think I played Partially Blonde. What? One of the Visions of Mana VODs has some kind of problemo. People in some countries can't watch your video. Nine Inch Nails! Oh my god, alright. I gotta deal with that later. I guarantee I did not play a Nine Inch Nails song during my Visions of Mana stream. Okay, so Order of Ecclesia. Where Order of Ecclesia, January. Yeah, no, I played Aria and Dawn of Sorrow, and yeah, I played all of the other ones the year prior. Okay, so it was just Order of Ecclesia this year. Alright, good to know. 9 Inch Nails did the music for Visions of Mana. I don't believe that is the case. Alright. Hey! A song about climbing. How about a game about climbing? It's Let It Die! Produced by Trent Reznor. Alright, Let It Die. Wow. What a grindy what a grindy game. It's grindy, it's full of free-to-play bullshit, and the progression is just, like, so out of whack. Anytime as you're playing through this game, you'll just hit breakpoints where suddenly enemies are just fucking one-shotting you. And then, when one of these enemies one-shot you, a lady shows up and asks you if you want to spend microtransaction currency to come back to life right now. In spite of all of these problems, I think Let It Die is a very fun and interesting video game. It has a very unique aesthetic, and it's very weird and grungy. It has a very particular feel to the way that it controls, and there's a really good variety to the weapons. Like, each weapon really does feel very different from the others, and you can really pull off some interesting things with different weapons depending on how good you are with, like, the speed of the attacks, the variety of the attacks. Some weapons will have, like, god-awful range and not very good startup on their first attack, but then if you land that first attack clean, then all of the follow-up attacks are like a true combo. While a lot of weapons, their combo, if your enemy just, like, holds block, then a lot of weapons, their natural basic combo can be interrupted by a block. And this is true both ways. Whatever weapons your enemies use, they are limited in how those weapons function by all of the exact same rules that you are. Except for, like, boss fights. And so, there are a lot of really interesting systems going on. Like, the core combat is generally pretty fun, like, all in all. Even if it can be very punishing if you are under-geared at times, or, you know, if a hater, which is, like, basically the ghost of another player who died on that floor, if a hater is over-geared, then they can, you know, blast you out of nowhere. It has weird asynchronous PvP systems where you set up, like, you gear up a bunch of alternate characters to defend your base, and then other players can try and raid your base to try and steal some of your resources. The core gameplay loop of the game is you are trying to climb up this tower, floor by floor, and you're gathering these upgrade materials and blueprints for weapons and armor, and then you are trying to get to an elevator or take the escalator back down to your base, so that you can develop these weapons and armor, and then you can buy those weapons and armor from the shop. And when you buy them from the shop, they are brand new, so they have maximum durability. They will generally be more powerful than stuff that you find in the tower if you are upgrading your equipment. And so it has kind of an extraction game kind of system of, you know, how much risk are you willing to take going up, like, trying to push for more and better resources without actually dying. So, I think Let It Die is fun. I enjoy playing Let It Die. I do need to take a break from it right now because I played a fucking lot of Let It Die, like, over, like, December mostly, like, late November and December. I played a lot of that game. But it's jank. It's very jank. And so, generally, I say, like, it's free to play, so, like, try it out. The file size isn't gigantic. Just, if you want to check it out, it's free, it's fun. But if you are the kind of person who would be really annoyed by an enemy one-shotting you, and then a lady comes up and tries to guilt you into spending, like, premium currency, which you can buy with real money, in order to, like, revive on the spot. If you would be genuinely annoyed by that, don't play it. But if you can deal with that kind of bullshit, it's weird, it's fun. Yes, I originally started playing Let It Die because Let It Die Inferno was coming out, and I was like, oh, I played a lot of Let It Die, I enjoyed Let It Die. And there was, like, some kind of bonus for making a bunch of progress in Let It Die, and then, like, if you have your, like, if you bring over your Let It Die account to Let It Die Inferno, then you get bonuses. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'll play Let It Die in anticipation of Let It Die Inferno. And then it turns out that Let It Die Inferno has a lot of AI-generated assets, and so I was like, oh, that really fucking sucks. I don't want to support that game. It was made by a different studio from the original Let It Die, and I have also heard that there are a lot of problems with the actual gameplay of Let It Die Inferno as well. Like, it has real-time PvP, which I don't think is very conducive to the gameplay feel of Let It Die. And it is much more oriented towards, like, larger open areas. Like, they went for a more traditional extraction game kind of feel. So that sucks, but Let It Die is still there, and apparently they are going to be making some kind of offline version of Let It Die, and I'm curious what form that's actually going to take. Yeah, Jim was the one who started off the chain reaction of a bunch of people playing Let It Die, and then because he was excited for Inferno, and then bummer. But, you know, it happens. I would still say Let It Die is an A, but that comes with a big asterisk of how much free-to-play bullshit are you willing to put up with. They mentioned they're doing an offline version and you would be able to port your online character to the offline version. Interesting. Yeah, Let It Die's soundtrack is really good too. It's generally not my particular kind of sound, like it's a lot of thrash. But I acknowledge that it is cool and good. Witchfire! Hey, speaking of extraction games, Witchfire is a, like, dark fantasy with guns, single-player extraction game. And it's kinda neat. It has some interesting mechanics. It has like really solid core gameplay. Like, it feels good to move around and shoot dudes. And there's a pretty neat variety to the weapons, pretty neat variety to the abilities that you can get. But I put in 15-20 hours into that game, thereabouts. And I kind of didn't really feel the need to continue pushing. I feel as though some of the higher level systems that they start to introduce make the game more annoying to play than it's worth, but some of those systems are necessary to continue to unlock new stuff, like new levels, new equipment, and stuff like that. And so I had a great time with the start of this game, but I haven't really played a whole lot more of it past the 20-ish hour mark. I would say it's a B. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't love the later game, what felt like the later game points of progression. Cat Quest. Wowie zowie. The most Xbox Live Arcade feelin' game that I have played in a long time. Just like a very simple, fun little action RPG. The story that it's telling is not spectacular. The graphics aren't amazing. The gameplay is just like fundamentally solid. It is just pretty good. It's a high B. It's cute. I had fun with it. I never actually went back and finished it, even though I had like gotten 95% completion or some shit. I would say Cat Quest is probably a fantastic game to play with kids. Because the writing, the gameplay, it's all simple enough that a child could really dig into it without needing like deep understanding of video games or anything like that. Just really simple, easy to get into. Fun, pretty good. And then on the exact opposite end of the fucking video game spectrum, we have Nioh 2. Oh my god, Nioh 2. Nioh 2... If you had asked me to put Nioh 2 on a tier list as of my first experience playing the game, which was years ago now, I would probably put it in C. This probably would have been a C tier game. And for those who watch these tier list streams more often than not, you're probably aware not a whole lot of games get put down in C and D tier. I am generally pretty forgiving. I am a video game optimist. But Nioh 2 would have been a C-tier video game. There are too many mechanics in Nioh 2. There are too many buttons you're expected to press. A lot of the enemies feel overtuned or annoying to fight in some way. It's very difficult to know in what ways you are expected to get better at the game. It's not a game that communicates itself very well. Now, it looks good. It's a good-looking game, it has solid sound design, solid environmental design, and it's telling an interesting story. Like, I genuinely quite enjoyed the story of Nioh 2. I got invested with the characters. But my first impressions of Nioh 2 were, I don't like playing this game. It's too complicated. And I am a person who, I can deal with complicated video games. I can deal with difficult video games. I often really enjoy that kind of game. You know, games that have these deep systems where you can, like, you know, Last Epoch, Path of Exile 2, well, Path of Exile 2, we'll get to that. But I enjoy complex systems. I enjoy challenging video games. Nioh 2 annoyed the fuck out of me. And so, I think it was Jim, one of my friends, who had started playing Nioh 2. And was it you? Yeah. Nioh 2 got back on the radar somehow. People started talking about Nioh 2. It was either Jim or you. Yeah. Nioh 2 ended up back on the radar. And I'm like, man, I liked Nioh 1. Nioh 1 was, like, very much on the cusp of being too complicated, but I still enjoyed it. And so I see people talking about Nioh 2. I see people enjoying Nioh 2. And for years, after my first experience with Nioh 2, where I was like, fuck this is too much. This is too much video game. It's so unapproachable, it's so obtuse. Fuck this game. And I see, like, Ty Tuesday. Ty Tuesday has, like, played through Nioh 2, like, multiple times. He loves this game. And I'm like, I know Ty Tuesday is capable of appreciating video games in meaningful ways. And so I see people talk about Nioh 2 at being this really great, you know, not exactly a Souls-like, but mostly a Souls-like kind of game. And so I'm like, okay, I fucked up. I saw my lack of enjoyment of Nioh 2 as a personal failing. Because what am I not getting? What do I not understand about what makes Nioh 2 so good? I hear it's just Nioh 1. Nioh 1 Plus. I think it's more than that. What I did as a result of seeing Nioh 2 get back on the radar is I went into this game that I knew that I fundamentally did not enjoy the last time I played it. I went into this game determined to like it. I started playing this game with the intention of, I am going to find the fun here. You cannot hide your fun from me. And so I started a new file, started over fresh in Nioh 2, and I started with the fist weapons, which I ended up using primarily for most of the game. They were my main weapon for basically the entire game. The fists are so much fun. But they're not fun right away. The fist weapons take some time, not just to get used to, but you have to unlock abilities. You do not have access to all of the cool shit that any individual weapon can do right away. They all have individual weapon trees. And not only do they have weapon trees, but there are, like, thresholds of upgrading these weapon trees that you are locked off until you reach certain points of progression in the game. And I get it. I understand, like, yes, we want to have these systems in place for players to feel as though they are, like, unlocking new skills, new abilities. And on one hand, that is vital. That is extremely important, because this game cannot give you any more buttons to press right away than it already does. Because every weapon is 3 weapons to start with. Every weapon has 3 different stances, and all 3 of those stances control completely differently, and are used for completely different scenarios. You have low stance, which is fast attacks that don't do a lot of damage, but your dodge in low stance is very good. Medium stance, which is very good for blocking. Your block is extremely solid when you are in mid stance, and your attacks tend to have like medium range. So like a good amount of range without having like a huge amount of reach. And then high stance is your aggression. This is where your big, powerful attacks come out. This is where most of your damage is going to come from, is high stance on your weapon. And the game expects you to understand these 3 different stances and to switch between them depending on the situation. And so every weapon is 3 weapons. And then every weapon you unlock additional abilities for the different stances. So hold this button and press this button while you're in this stance to use this ability. Okay. If you time switching between the stances correctly with this bonus, then you get extra damage or some kind of additional benefit. Alright. This ability will switch what stance you're using when you use it. Okay. Using this ability, there are subsequent timed button presses that allow you to continue using the combo, and the timing is extremely precise in order to do the full series of attacks, and if you manage to do it without being interrupted, it's one of the most powerful weapons in the game. It's one of the most powerful abilities in the game. And all of this is on top of each of these 3 stances having light attacks and heavy attacks. They have like different sequences of attacks depending on, sometimes you will have a different series of attacks if you do light heavy or light heavy light. Like each of the stances is a fully fledged like character action game weapon to start with before unlocking any of this bullshit. And all of that is on top of the fundamental action of the game being much more complex than a standard Souls-like, because as you use your attacks, your stamina drains. Great, understandable. But after you finish your attacks, if you time the block button correctly, then you refresh a large amount of your stamina bar, and sometimes, depending on what bonuses you have, depending on what equipment you're wearing, depending on what gear you have, depending on what character skills you have, because there's also several character skill trees, not just weapon trees. You can get extra bonuses if you time your key refresh correctly. And there are like patches of evil energy that enemies will leave behind when using certain abilities, and you can use a properly timed key refresh in order to clear these areas of evil energy, because if you don't clear them, then while you're in those areas of evil energy, your stamina regeneration is drastically decreased. And there are entire zones that are completely coated in this evil energy that you cannot clear out, and you have to use these key refreshes, these stamina refreshes, in order to just sustain your stamina for a regular combat encounter. And then you have demon mode! And there's several different demon modes, all with their own abilities, and you can equip demon souls to to use different demon abilities, and some of these demon abilities are amazing. There's the cool cat lady demon, and her ability lets you send out a fucking Beyblade at him. That's great! I had a lot of fun using the Beyblade. The Beyblade is one of the strongest abilities that I've found. And so, there's also, like, if you break an enemy's, if you drain an enemy's stamina enough, then you get to do, like, a special attack, and some weapons have extra special attacks that they can do. Like, if you beat a Ninja Gaiden guy in a, like, it's a post-game DLC boss, then you unlock the ability to replace your, the grapple ability on the fist weapons with the fucking Izuna drop. Oh my god! And so, every weapon has its own skill tree, and 3 different movesets, and a bunch of abilities that you can assign to certain button combinations, or, like, certain series of button presses. Your character has a skill tree. There's ninjutsu, which is, like... You can craft kunai, and your kunai, or your shuriken, are refreshed at checkpoints, or like bonfire equivalents. And so you can use these to like aggro enemies from afar, or to like knock an enemy off the ceiling or something. And you can craft bombs. You can craft quick change jutsu fucking talismans, which give you a like minute or minutes long buff where if you would lose all of your life, then you come back to life and you like drop down from the sky and with like half of your health bar, and then when you drop down from the sky, you can do a plunging attack on the enemy that just killed you. Nioh 2 is a game for people who are suffering from terminal DMC withdrawal and will die if they are not pressing at least 2 buttons a second. Yes. So, it is a game, and all of these systems, all of these buttons that you have to press, all of these, and you're carrying 2 different weapons at all times. And also 2 different ranged weapons. There's bows, there's guns, there's fucking rocket launchers. And you have ninjutsu, which you assign to, like, your quick item slots. You have ninjutsu, and you also have magic. You have spells that you also assign to the quick item slots. And you also just have a bunch of items that you can assign to the quick item slots. And so, like, the quick item slots are on the D-pad, and you can do a button combination to switch which set of these quick items you have. So you only have access to 8 of these quick slot buttons, like quick slot items. That's not enough by the time you're done with this game, because it's like, man, I have 3 different ninjutsu buffs, I have 2 magic buffs, and then I just have items that I want to use. I need to fit my fucking Estus flask in here somewhere. And on top of all of this, every item is a fucking Diablo item. Every item has a ton of different modifiers that they can have. They can drop at different rarities. You can get set items. You can take the set item bonus from an item and put it onto a different item, or reduce, like, there are certain items that reduce the number of items that you need to get the set bonus items. You can, like, glamour your items to make them look like different items. You can, or your fucking armor. And so I was running around with cat ears the whole game, and I was having a great time doing that. But, like, getting the perfect piece of gear, there are so many systems, not only is there a gigantic variety to the modifiers that can drop from these items, but you can also craft them. Like, you can change the modifiers, you can re-roll the modifiers to get better rolls on the modifiers. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is obscene. The amount of mechanics that are in this game. It is genuinely a game that has too many mechanics. And I think that is the worst part about it, because it's fun. I wish this game weren't as fun as it is, because I had to assign so much fucking brain power to fully appreciate all of the nonsense this game has going on, but once I did, I found the fun. I put 100 fucking hours into Nioh 2. I didn't even finish all the DLCs. There's like one more DLC that I need to finish. It is fun. It is a very fun video game. But getting to the point where it is fun requires so much learning. It requires digging through a bunch of bullshit item drops that don't matter. It requires, like, learning 3 different movesets for each of your weapons, and sometimes, you know, you want to have a different weapon. Like, there are some enemies that fighting them with the fists fucking sucked. And so I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I need to learn an entirely new weapon to try and find a weapon that can fight these enemies better. It's too much. It's too much video game, but it is fun. I had a good time. But I had a bad time, too. I had to go to get through a bad time to have a good time. And so, if you are the kind of person who loves character action games, if you're the kind of person who loves games with very intricate systems, with a lot of numbers, a lot of nouns, a lot of, like, different fucking elemental abilities, resistances, crazy synergies that you can do with various abilities. Truly, genuinely, one of the best out there. But, man, there's gotta be a better way. There's gotta be a better way. That's my fundamental review of Nioh 2. There's got to be a better way this game could be. But the way that it is still good. So bad about falling off games the moment you stop having maximum fun. Yeah. I mean, I grind in video games. I will push through some nonsense. I will push through some bad I will push through some bad times to have a good time. For better and for worse. But man. Nioh 2. Wow. What a video game. And hey, you want to talk about what a video game? Forklift load. Hey kid, you want to play a game where you control a forklift? Kinda? Okay. What about an open world, puzzle driven game where you control a forklift? Maybe? The forklift is controlled by AI in a post-apocalyptic setting. Huh? The only other NPCs in the game are other forklifts and other vehicles, because all of the humans got killed off. What? Yeah, there's a bunch of collectibles in order to figure out the lore of the game. Uh-huh. What if the forklift game were trying to be Nier Automata? And that's what Forklift Load is. Forklift Load is a budget indie game where you do forklift puzzles and the story is trying to be Nier Automata. It's a hell of an experience. It's probably on sale for like $1. It's weird, and like, the forklift puzzles were fun. I had a good time playing this game, but the absolute best part is how ludicrous the story is. That story... The ending? Mind-blowing. I cannot in good conscience put it into A tier because it's like a 2-hour game and it's very jank. But wow, what an experience. Fallen Leaf! Hey! Classic arcade game kinda action with a little bit of, like, you know, exploration, unlocking power-ups, finding collectibles. The levels are pretty short, but generally have some solid design. Ton of playable characters. And the playable characters have a really interesting variety to the way that they play. You can get some really fun upgrades and new abilities and stuff that can really change the way that some of these characters play. And also, it's got a cat girl in it, so it's an A. I haven't finished it, but I do think that that Fallen Leaf is pretty solid. I think it's... If you are into, like, Mega Man kind of arcadey action, not arcadey action, but just like retro action, without a lot of the jank that kind of game has. It's got a little jank, but not a lot of jank. It's a solid, just like classic platformer action game. And it's fun to explore the world. It's got some fun writing, some fun world building, nice aesthetics, character designs, good music. I like Fallen Leaf. Pretty good. Dark Souls! Sorry. You know I love me some Dark Souls. You know that I could never put Dark Souls anywhere but S tier. Just one of my favorite video games. And I try not to talk up Dark Souls as just the be-all, end-all of its genre. You know, Dark Souls 1 has got a lot of problems. The second half of that game is pretty rough. But I love Dark Souls. And one of the things that I love most about Dark Souls is knowing a lot about Dark Souls. And so, as someone who likes to talk on the internet about things, mostly video games, sharing my experience, sharing my knowledge about these games is one of my favorite things to do. Just sharing these games, whether it's for the first time playing or I'm showing off, you know, this gimmick run because I have beaten Dark Souls 1 at least 30 times over by now. And so, I had a blast. A truly fantastic experience playing Dark Souls 1 co-op with my good buddy Acker. Acker's From Software experience, I believe, before we did this co-op series, mostly consisted of playing like a dozen or 2 hours of Elden Ring and doing it very weird and wrong. And so, Acker had never played the Dark Souls trilogy. It's like 25% of Elden Ring going in reverse. Yeah. It was... He basically immediately went to Caelid, and then just did most of Caelid. So... yeah. So, and I knew that Acker can hang when it comes to action games. Acker has played a lot of Monster Hunter, and especially Dark Souls 1. There's a lot of Monster Hunter DNA in that game. A lot of, hey, get out of the way of the big motherfucker's attack. Tale as old as time. Played a bird game recently. Sequence broke the game going backwards too. Fantastic. So I knew that Acker probably has like more content brain in his soul than I do. And so I knew that Acker would have a pretty good time with Dark Souls 1, especially with someone around to kind of help avoid a lot of the pitfalls that Dark Souls 1 has. And not the literal pitfalls. I let him fall down every hole he wanted to. But just encouraging the discovery of the kinds of interconnectivity that the world of Dark Souls has. Like, discovering all of the weird ways that these different paths link together, and exploring, just like going down to the ghost town and being like, alright, let's try and fight the ghosts. Ah, fuck, this ain't working. Alright, we'll come back to ghosts later. Just exploring and experimenting. And, like, learning the combat. I knew that Acker would do pretty well with combat before we even played it, but... It's a very fun game to watch someone play for the first time. And being able to be there and share in the experience, and just, like... I'm here, I can offer advice where it's needed, but for the most part, we're just gonna, like, follow your journey, your adventure. And so there were certain aspects of the game that were definitely lessened by the co-op experience. Certain bosses did not work correctly. Certain bosses were way easier than they should have been. But I still think that we had a really fun time exploring that world, going on adventures. And I am really looking forward to the seamless co-op mod being released for Dark Souls 2, because once it's released, sometime this year, we're back to it. We're getting back. We're getting back into that world. And I believe that there are already seamless co-op mods for Dark Souls 3. There's a seamless co-op mod for Elden Ring. And so, you know, we're not going to do one after another, but the co-op adventures shall continue. So yeah, that was a whole lot of fun. If you haven't seen those streams, I would recommend it. It was a great time. Dark Souls 2! Man, I like Dark Souls 2. I don't love Dark Souls 2, but I like Dark Souls 2. And I do enjoy, every now and then, going back, playing through it. I've replayed Dark Souls 2 more than I have replayed Dark Souls 3 at this point. Hatnacker streaming was what finally convinced you to visit. And that worked out really well. That visit couldn't have gone better. We'll get to that. Yeah. Dark Souls 2. I like Dark Souls 2 a lot. It's got problems. But I do think that it expands on Dark Souls 1 in fun and interesting ways. I think the changes to the magic systems, I think I believe that overall they did a good job of expanding the weapon variety, and power stancing is a really fun system. So, Dark Souls 2 was pretty good. Is it an S? Okay. Dark Souls 2, the vanilla version, with the DLC, is an S. Scholar of the First Sin is probably an A. Scholar of the First Sin fucked that game up pretty bad, my man. It's pretty rough. Alright. The Metroid Prime games. So I put in the little thing for what was it called? Prime Hack. Prime Hack is an S. Prime Hack is an easy S rank. Because, man, getting to play those first 3 Metroid Prime games with mouse and keyboard controls was great. The control scheme was generally, really solid, generally intuitive. There were sometimes, switching between the visors could be a little annoying, but those games felt great to control, and those games are great. I genuinely think that all 3 of the original Metroid Prime trilogy are all S ranks. Even Metroid Prime 3. Because I think, for all of the problems that Metroid Prime 3 has, I still think that it is a really great Metroid experience. I still think that the puzzles were fun. I think the combat was fun. I think the various new tools and systems they implemented. I think out of the original trilogy, Metroid Prime 3 did visors, bar none, the best of the 3 of them. And I generally think the combat in Prime 3 was the best in that trilogy. Now, that has the asterisk of I was using mouse and keyboard controls, so I wasn't having to do the motion controls bullshit. I admit that. But just like how I ranked all of the Mega Man games, I still need to do a formal ranking of Mega Man kind of thing, but in my experience, my experience with the Mega Man games is I played them, most of them I played for the first time recently. I used a walkthrough for sometimes for for Mega Man X6, I played that game with the Shadow armor, the black armor for Zero. And so my ranking of that game is going to be influenced by the context by which I played it. And the same thing with Metroid Prime 3 here. I think Metroid Prime 3 is an S-rank video game based off of my experience playing it with Prime Hack with the mouse and keyboard controls. The motion controls in the original 3 were inoffensive. That's my understanding as well. I never heard truly terrible things about the motion controls. I always heard that as far as motion controls went, they were fine. So, I think the original Metroid Prime trilogy, they were all fantastic. I think I would generally rank them, well, I think I would rank them like this, because I did have the problem with Metroid Prime 3 where the worlds were very separate. the worlds, you would have to, like, go get on your ship and fly to a different planet. I appreciate the sentiment of having these different planets making the scale of the game feel bigger. But I do think that is not the right way to go. I want an interconnected world. I want the world to feel whole and cohesive. Now, Prime 1, Prime 2 still did that in its own way, but they did a better job of hiding it. And so even though I know that I am still functionally traveling to a different area, and, you know, for all practical purposes, basically works the same between all three of these games, I still think that the aesthetics and the feeling of hiding the disconnectivity is very important for the feeling of one of these games, because these games are very, very oriented around the feeling of exploration. And so when you do a bad job of hiding the issues with the exploration aspect, that's a problem. And so, I would put Metroid Prime 3 slightly below Echoes, but I think in terms of, like, the core gameplay mechanics, I preferred Corruption over Echoes. I preferred 3 over 2. Because the ammo system in 2 drove me fucking insane. It annoyed me constantly, it annoyed me the whole time. And everybody kept saying just like, ooh, look at Hat, not using his fucking resources. And then I get to the final boss, and I run out of ammo! And it annoyed me! And so I felt entirely justified. Because you did it wrong. I was attempting to learn the mechanics. I was attempting to fight the boss. And throughout the process of doing that, I ran out of ammo. I was able to get more. I did not get softlocked because I ran out of ammo, but I had to sit there, twiddling my fucking thumbs, waiting for the boss to deign to offer me more ammo so the fight could progress. And that annoyed the fuck out of me! And that one system, genuinely, like, if I was going to put Prime 2 below Prime 3, the ammo system would genuinely be the number one reason for that. But the disconnectivity of Prime 3 did worsen the experience more than the ammo did in Prime 2. But, all of that being said, I love the Metroid Prime trilogy. I mean, I love Metroid games in general. Like, Dread is one of my favorite Metroidvanias ever, and my favorite Metroid game. But the Prime trilogy, which I had never played until I played them over the course of this last year, I think they are genuinely, truly fantastic examples of what you can do with that kind of game. These action, like, these exploration-oriented action-adventure kinds of games. Like, playing through the Metroid Prime games made me wish that more Zelda games pulled from Metroid. But it's fine that they are different. I am glad they are different. There are just a couple of little things, little tricks that the Metroid games do that are very clever and I enjoy in the context of an action-adventure game. Need to finish Prime 1 at least, gotten a hard filter by being a console SPS. Want to make a search action FPS game? Hell yeah! I'd play it. If you are having trouble with Metroid Prime's control scheme, with it being a console game, Prime Hack. Look up Metroid Prime Hack. Prime Hack is fantastic. Prime Hack is the best way to play these games, probably. Using items from dungeons to go back and get heart pieces is Metroidvania-esque. Yeah. Like, that's just, like, action-adventure kind of games in general. You know, it can be really easy to get mired down by trying to assign specific genres to that kind of gameplay, but I love that kind of gameplay. And Metroid Prime 4 seems to be more of that kind of gameplay. I do think that Metroid Prime 4 Flanderizes itself a little bit with the psychic boots, the psychic beam, and the psychic visor, and the psychic boots, and the psychic bomb, the psychic glove, the psychic boost. Every fucking item is a psychic item. No. The missile launcher was just the missile launcher. Credit where it's due. But, like, everything being a psychic thing is fucking goofy. But from what I have played of Metroid Prime 4, I was enjoying that game a lot. I think the gameplay is really solid all around. It feels good to control. I think it looks great. And I really enjoy the new systems. Like, the Psychic Visor, being able to, like, psychically grab stuff and jiggle them around. The Psychic Bomb, like, being able to lay a Morph Ball bomb and then switch the Psychic Visor and pick it up and throw it at an enemy. Like, that actually working and killing an enemy, to me, was a huge moment. That was just like, whoa, this game's fucking sick! Because all of the things in Metroid Prime 4, in terms of gameplay that were new, were, like, either cool or fun or both. And so I am really looking forward to playing more Metroid Prime 4. I was enjoying that game a lot. And what's his name? Mackenzie? I think he's fine. I think he's alright. I think he talks just a little too much. But I am greatly amused by the dichotomy of regular human Galactic Forces guy next to Samus. Like, he's standing there just trying to talk to Samus, just trying to have, like, a normal human conversation with the biggest, baddest bitch there's ever been in the universe. And she she's looking down at him and saying nothing. And I think that is so much fun. I think it is, if you are going to have, like, NPCs that show up and talk, I think using those NPCs to make Samus feel like more of a weirdo, I think that's great. Because I like Samus being a weirdo. I don't like her being, you know, some kind of antisocial, just, like, loner, just, like, you know, gruff, tough, just like, I work alone. I don't want her being Batman. I mean, Batman and Robin, whatever. I don't want her being that kind of character, but the fact that she is just very objective-oriented, you know? Like, she is willing to have this dude help her out because it's practical. She is here to accomplish a task. She is here to do a job. If you are going to stop her from doing that job, she is going to blast you with her giant arm cannon. If you are going to help her, great. Best friends, she still doesn't really want to talk to you. So I enjoy, because, and it's not that she's not a friendly person. I believe that she is very well capable of being friendly and kind, but she's busy. You know, she's on the job, she's on the clock. So I have been, yeah, she's here. If she's not here to get paid, she's here to fulfill an ancient prophecy and, like, you know, TikTok, buddy. Like, I got shit to do, got power-ups to find, alright? Getting over the PTSD of the last Hunter party she was in. Yeah, yeah, all of the other mercenaries in Prime 3 being all buddy-buddy didn't work out great for them either. She doesn't speak because she has a TikTok voice. Samus has a canonical voice. She talks in Dread. It's just that she talks in Chozo. Yeah, if you've got a space pirate problem, she, free of charge, she will blast those motherfuckers without a second thought. You need to hear this? Yeah. Dread is so fucking cool, man. Like, oh my god. Prime 4 is gonna have to pull some truly insane stuff to overtake Dread as my favorite Metroid game, but Dread is so good. And, like, they're so smart about it. They're so smart. Samus says, like, what she talks, you know, she does not talk. But there's a Chozo, and she speaks in Chozo to the Chozo. And it's like, yes! This fucking rules! Because it's not even like a super big, dramatic, meaningful moment. It's just, like, she's not, like, emotional. She's not, like, tearing up or anything. She's just like, oh shit. It's just like, a Chozo is here. This is fantastic. I'm gonna help them. They're gonna help me. Everything's gonna be fine. Again, when she's on the job. Job first. Mission first. No bullshit. The minimalist story writers really cooked with Dread's characters. Yeah! Like, the story in Dread is so much fun. And the fucking computer. Oh my god. All of that stuff. Man! Dread is so good. But I didn't play Dread last year. I played Metroid Prime 4 last year, and I have enjoyed what I have played of Metroid Prime 4 a whole heck of a lot. And I'm looking forward to playing more. On the opposite end of characters talking spectrum, Sam & Max Beyond Time and Space. Man, Sam & Max continues to be really fantastic. Though, like, the Bermuda Triangle episode was a little weak, but everything after that has been really good. Just really consistently funny. The time travel. Oh my god, the time travel. Agent Superball is just so much fun to interact with. Interacting with young Sam and young Max. Bosco's mom. Just, like, so many great characters. Just from that one episode. Just from that time travel episode. The time traveling mariachis. And their fucking scheme. And the spaceship reveal. Oh my god. I laughed so fucking much. It was so funny. And it was fun! Like, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time being stuck on puzzles or anything like that. Like, the puzzles were fun and generally made sense. You know, every now and then there's a little bit of goofy logic, but just some of the best point-and-click adventures out there. They're just really fun and lighthearted and... Man. Good stuff. Oh, let me move this over to here, I think. Critter Cove! This is a game that I have not yet returned to, but it's pretty cute. I played this on stream a little bit. It's a little bit of Animal Crossing, a little bit of, like, survival crafting kind of shenanigans. Generally pretty chill, fun to just, like, go around and explore and talk to people and clean up the town, build up the town. Nothing mind-blowing or anything, just, like, straightforward, fun. If you like Animal Crossing type stuff, then you will probably get a kick out of it. And also the characters, like, you can play as a furry and the characters are animal people, and so, right. What fun. I should play more of it. It's still getting semi-regular updates, I believe, so... Oh boy, Penny's Big Breakaway! A game that I want to like a lot more than I do. So, Penny's Big Breakaway, it's a 3D platformer where your main, like, tool is a big yo-yo. And you can, like, swing from the yo-yo and get a bunch of momentum, and you can ride the yo-yo to carry momentum. There's a lot of really interesting, fun ways to utilize the momentum to move. Like, you've got cool ways to, like, jump and then use the yo-yo to, like, to extend your jump, or, like, to jump even higher, and all kinds of cool stuff. Very fun fundamentals. And I like the writing. I think the writing is generally pretty funny. I got a lot of laughs out of the dialogue. But a lot of the writing in the game takes the form of just dialogue from random NPCs that are standing around in the world. And so if you are using all of the movement mechanics, then you are just absolutely blazing past every piece of non-cutscene dialogue in the game. And because it's very oriented around momentum, you really want to just keep going in the direction that you're going. You really want to just, like, keep moving forwards. Not a lot of amazing ways to, like, transfer your speed or, like, turn around and go back. Like, the game encourages you to just keep on keeping on. Which doesn't really play nice with a lot of the collectibles in the game. A lot of the collectibles are more oriented around precision platforming or going out of your way to, like, clamber up the side of a building to get a thing that's on the roof. As opposed to doing the thing that's fun in the game, where you are just zipping and going and just schmooving. And so I feel like fundamentally, it's a game that is very at odds with itself. I feel as though it is it's a game where the core gameplay and what makes that core gameplay fun doesn't really work with anything else in the game. Like, the aesthetics are good, the visuals, the music, like, that stuff was good, but I don't know. Maybe if I go back to it, I would have a better opinion of it, but I kind of just, like, burnt out on it, because what was fun to do in the game was to utilize the movement mechanics, but then I was missing out on all of the great dialogue. I wasn't getting the collectibles, and I love getting collectibles. And so, I don't know, it's frustrating. It was kind of a frustrating game to examine more, because it just didn't quite come together the way that I wanted it to. And so I don't think it's bad, but for me, from my personal experience, I didn't love it. I wanted to like it more. But hey, here's a game I did love. Picayune Dreams. Man. I went into this with very little information. I went into this hearing that it was an auto-shooter survival, and I love those. And that was basically it. And so I boot up the game, and it hits me with some, like, really great drum and bass music. It's hitting me with that Amen break, and I'm like, alright. This music fucks. And then I see these weird, like, almost claymation-looking motherfuckers coming in from off-screen, and I'm just, like, blasting them. It's like, okay, alright. And then I start getting some of the weapons, and some of the weapons are doing, like, weird stuff. Like, there are elemental affinities and stuff like that. I'm like, alright. I see what you're doing. There are melee weapons, like, there's a good variety to the weapons, and some interesting unlocks for power-ups and stuff like that. And the way that it handles the weapons and the power-ups, where they all use the same slots. So you can just have a giant pile of weapons, or you can just have one weapon and a giant pile of power-ups. The encounter selection, and learning more about, like, if you go do this encounter, then you're adding a new enemy type to the enemy pool. And there are, like, different events, there are, like, different weird objects that you can interact that do pretty neat stuff. Just, like, turning all of your items into one item. So, it was a really solid auto-shooter survival fundamentally. I loved the look of it, I loved the music. And, like, then I get to the boss fight, and I get some of the writing. And the writing just has, like, such a weird vibe to it that I was just, like, really interested in, just like, okay, I want more of that. I want more of that dialogue. And what really pushed Picayune Dreams over the line in terms of being, like, probably one of my favorite games of the year, was the story. It has these weird, like, Yume Nikki-ass sequences that you unlock by beating the bosses, by, like, you know, making certain amounts of progress. And so, like, the story just really got my attention. I was genuinely invested in the story. And after my first successful run, you have two options, and one of them is just, like, endless mode or finish the run. I went and finished the run, and I was like, wow, that ending is a fucking bummer. but also, like, there's more. There's more going on here. And so, I kept playing, and I found more of the story. I found, like, different routes the story can take, and, like, that shit was just, it was cool. It was interesting. I really enjoyed it. And all of this is on top of just, like, a fundamentally really solid auto-shooter survival. It is, I will say, it is on the bullet hell side of the spectrum. It's not a Vampire Survivors, it's not a turn your brain off kind of game. Like, at least until you, like, really fill out the skill tree, which is another interesting aspect of the game, is, like, the skill tree acting as your meta progression and being able to respec the skill tree depending on what you are trying to achieve on any individual run. I think that stuff was handled very well. And so, mechanically, really great, aesthetics, really great, and the story just... I'll just come right out and say the true ending for the game, I was not expecting what form the true ending takes at all, and I loved it. So, Picayune Dreams, just really great. And also, it's like, what, $10 full price? Maybe even $5? It's cheap. Like, if you like auto-shooter survivals or bullet hell kind of games, or you just want to, like, check it out just to try and see some of the weirdo writing and vibes of the game, highly recommend it. Yeah, it does have some issues with performance once you start, like, doing the usual Vampire Survivors bullshit of just, like, filling the screen with projectiles and that kind of nonsense. But, I mean, once you get to that point, then, you know, the run is basically over, and there is not often a whole lot of reward for pushing past the point where the game starts to run like garbage. Yeah. Picayune Dreams. Love it. One of my favorites of the year, genuinely. The creator is genuinely unhinged. Well, good for them? Question mark. But yeah, Picayune Dreams, great. Last Epoch. Last Epoch is one of the best Diablo-likes out there. One of the best action RPGs out there. Sorry, ARPGs. Because if you make it an acronym, then that means it's a Diablo-like, as opposed to other games which are action RPGs but are not like that. Whatever, genres are meaningless anyways. Every game is a fish, it doesn't matter. Last Epoch is great. It has really solid gear crafting systems to allow you to have a better grasp of the kinds of esoteric nonsense that this kind of game will often do with its equipment. It makes it very easy to respec your character, and there are two different aspects to leveling up to your character. You have a class tree, which then will expand into like subclass trees, and all of that stuff is... Not only is it interesting and allow for a good variety of builds, it's also very approachable. A lot of... The game is very good about giving you as much information about its systems as it can. It is the opposite of fucking Neo 2. Oh, captioner broke. Yes, like, its systems are very approachable. Oh, still broke. Hold up. Testing 1, 2. There we go. Okay. Very approachable systems, like just the class abilities, which are generally just passives, like passive upgrades. Sometimes it'll be like, gives you a chance for this to happen when this happens. And that kind of thing will just be something that any of your abilities will naturally do. And every class has a specific set of abilities they have access to. And the coolest part about Last Epoch is each of those abilities has its own skill tree, and you can just have a couple of these skills specialized, which is to say, as you kill stuff, you will earn XP in those skills. And so you level up the skills, and so the skill has its own tree, and these different, like, the different skill trees for each of these abilities, like, I'm talking, and I'm just like, oh, it's like Neo 2, except good. So each of these skill trees have tons of different ways they can completely change the skill. So, like, you're playing the Necromancer. Or rather, you're playing as the Acolyte with the Necromancer subclass. And you want to just summon stuff. You just want to summon undead creatures to fight for you. Alright, so you've got your Summon Skeleton ability. So you can... your Summon Skeleton ability has a bunch of different ways that ability can change. So you can make it so... now, in addition to summoning a couple of skeleton warriors, which are just like skeleton with a sword and shield, now you will also summon up to a certain number of skeleton archers. And if you go over here, you can summon skeleton mages. And then each of those branching paths will have extra branching paths of just like changes all of the damage of your skeleton mages to poison damage. And so if you're trying to do a bunch of poison stuff, you can like specialize your skeletons into specifically poison skeleton mages. And so the skeleton poison mages are helping you do whatever other poison stuff you're trying to do. Or, instead of summoning a bunch of skeletons, you specialize your summon skeleton ability to just summon one big motherfucker skeleton. You just get one really badass skeleton. And then you have your other abilities can synergize with these. So you can have other abilities that you can set up your other abilities to also change their damage type to poison. Or you can have like Corpse Explosion, where you just like turn Killer Queen, turn one of your skeletons into a bomb and they explode. Or you can use that same ability to you can change the Living Bomb ability into a permanent buff, so then you can get your one really big skeleton and make him even stronger instead of just randomly exploding your little random bitch skeletons. It is so much fun to just mess around with these skills. Like, the last time or two that I played, I used a build that I found online. It's like, here, you should use these skills, they synergize really well, and then here are some, here's what you want to take on the skill trees for your class and for your skills and stuff like that. And I enjoy doing that just to see how strong you can get. But the first couple of times that I played through the game, I just did whatever. I just summoned a bunch of skeletons, I summoned a bunch of zombies, I summoned some ghosts, I summoned a big guy. And the only abilities I had on my, set on my skill slots were just summon dudes. And then on my right click, I had an ability that just buffs my summons. And I had a great time. It was not optimal. I could have been doing way better in all kinds of ways. My summons could have been stronger. I could have been doing a little bit more in the fights to help out my summons, and just like all that. But I had a fantastic time. And so I think it is an ARPG that it's on the easy side, sure, but it's a game that really wants you to have fun. It's a game that really wants you to feel powerful and to experiment with these different abilities and to try out different builds without having to, like, completely start from the ground up. Just like, hey, if the big like abomination summon isn't doing it for you, why don't you pick up blood teleport? And so you just teleport. What I believe how the skill's flavor goes is you summon a body double and then send your soul over to the body double and then make your original body explode. And that's just a fun ability, even without, like, changing the way that it works with all, like, whatever skill tree nonsense that it can do. And you can also do really goofy stuff, like, you can specialize into a skill, but you don't actually ever use that skill directly. You can cast that skill automatically with this other skill. I had one really, really good build that did that, and so I just used, like, an unspecialized ability on one of my skill slots instead of actually, it was Shuriken Throw. Like, I would just automatically proc Shuriken Throw. And so I didn't need to use it, and so instead of Shuriken Throw on my hotbar, I had Summon Decoy, which was fine at a baseline. If you want to try a modern Diablo-like kind of experience, I recommend Last Epoch all the way, because I love Path of Exile. This is Path of Exile 2, we'll get to that. I love Path of Exile. Path of Exile is not very approachable. That game is very dense, that game is very complicated. That game's passive tree it makes the sphere grid look quaint. I love Path of Exile, but if I had to recommend a game like that, it would be Last Epoch, no question. Because again, it gives you a lot of information. Like, if you mouse over a skill, and there's just, like, a noun or a verb in the tooltip that you don't understand, usually if you hold Alt while you're moused over that skill, it will explain what the words mean. You don't have to go look it up on a wiki or some shit. You don't have to go elsewhere to look it up. It'll just tell you right there and then. Like, what does this status do? This status does this. It just tells you what it does. It's crazy. It's really good. I like Last Epoch a lot. Highly recommended. Less highly recommended. Path of Exile 2. Man. My understanding of the development of Path of Exile 2 is they do not want Path of Exile 2 to be like Path of Exile 1 in certain ways. One of these ways is they do not want the player character in Path of Exile 2 to just absolutely annihilate anything they come across, just like blasting every enemy the instant they're on the screen and just annihilating everything. They don't want that. They want combat encounters to feel meaningful. They want enemies to present a challenge. The problem with that is that if every combat encounter is meaningful, if every combat encounter is a challenge, that slows the game down to a crawl. That also makes suboptimal decisions as to which abilities you use, what gear you are using, make the game even slower. The first character that I played in Path of Exile 2, every fucking encounter was like 30 plus seconds. Every enemy that I came across, and I felt like I was picking synergistic abilities, I was picking skills that seemed they were interesting to use, just like, oh, this ability is like this ability is a combo builder, and then this other ability is a combo finisher. And so you use this ability to build up your combo, and then you use this other ability to, like, do a big blast. It's like, great, cool. It took for fucking ever to kill anything. Even when I would get a major gear upgrade, like, by the time that I got a gear upgrade, like a meaningful gear upgrade or a meaningful ability upgrade, the enemies had already scaled beyond the bonus that I was getting, and so everything just took forever to kill. Everything was slow. And they added in a dodge roll to the game, and so they design enemies around having abilities that you have to use the dodge roll to get out of the way. Last Epoch also does this, but it's much faster, it's much snappier, and the punishment for not getting out of the way of the enemy's abilities is less severe. Because in Path of Exile, if you are not killing enemies, you are not regenerating the charges on your life flasks, so you cannot heal. So if you are at low health, if you're at low health and have no healing flasks, there's very little that you can proactively do in that situation other than, like, go back to town to refill your flasks and come back. And that's not as exciting, which, in Path of Exile 1, usually you will have some kind of way of, like... Usually that problem doesn't come up because most combat encounters do not last long enough for you to run out of your flasks before you kill enough enemies to regenerate more charges for your flasks. So, the game was slowed down to a crawl. Now, I was paying more attention to what my enemies were doing. I was paying more attention to the abilities they had. They generally had more complex abilities. These combat encounters did feel more meaningful, they did feel more involved, but I wasn't having as much fun because I did not care enough about killing this random pack of normal quality monsters for whatever reward they were going to get, whatever reward I was going to get from it. Because there was no way that I was going to get a bunch of XP and a bunch of cool loot from killing, like, 5 guys with, like, swords in a forest. Like, they're just dudes. They weren't magical, they weren't rare, they didn't have any cool modifiers or any cool abilities other than just, like, don't stand in the circle. So it was slow, it was clunky, the encounters did not feel terribly rewarding. And I did switch to a different character, I switched to a different build, and I instantly, with, like, a common bow, like, I was using staff skills on the monk. And then, on that same character, with all of the same level up choices, with all of the same ability choices, I decided to just get the poison arrow gem and put it into a random common bow that I had found. You know, the stats on this bow were absolutely garbage in comparison to the stats on my staff. And I instantly started killing things 10 times faster, and because I wasn't in melee anymore, I was able to keep my distance, and I wasn't constantly getting chunked for large amounts of damage because I'm stuck in some, like, attack animation in melee range. And that's a common thing in ARPGs. Like, ranged builds are better because you're not in melee range, and if you're not in melee range, most enemies cannot hit you, and so you are safer, and thus you can focus more on offenses than defenses. But the severity, how severe the difference was between the experience of, using this, using the poison arrow ability and using all of my monk abilities. It was ridiculous, and it really soured me on the game in a lot of ways. I started a new character intending to use poison arrow right from the get-go. Things were faster. Like, it felt more like the way the game was meant to be played. But combat encounters still did not feel rewarding or impactful enough to be these drawn-out encounters that the developers seem to want them to be. I just think fundamentally the direction they are aiming for with the core game design just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But it's still, like, fairly early access. Like, swords and axes are not in the game yet, to my understanding. So, maybe they will improve things. I'm hoping they do. And the game will eventually be free to play, just like Path of Exile 1 is. Currently, it is $20 to get access to the game as it is. But it's not very good. I didn't like it very much. I had a lot of problems with it, especially in a year where I have played Last Epoch. Path of Exile 2 looks so bad in comparison. Back to talking about a good video game, though. Hey, Visions of Mana! Flagged on my VOD channel for having Nine Inch Nails music for some reason, which is not accurate. Visions of Mana rules. Visions of Mana is... Visions of Mana is really good. It takes the Mana series style of gameplay of you've got like a little party of characters, each of them have their own abilities, and it's like an action RPG kind of thing where, you know, the combat you are real time using cool attacks and abilities. You're leveling up, you're learning new abilities. Great stuff. Visions of Mana takes that gameplay and makes it almost character action game levels of cool shit that you can do. Like, you are doing cool combos, you have cool abilities, there's a variety of different weapons that each character can use, and so not only does each character feel different fundamentally, but they each have different weapons which all feel distinct within themselves. And also, it has a cool cat guy voiced by the same dude that voiced Ichiban Kasuga. Hell yeah! How could I not love this game? And I did love this game. Because not only was there a cool cat man voiced by Ichiban, he was also extremely fun to play. Like, I got control of Morley, walked out of the town, pressed a button, and this cool cat man did a fucking, like, Devil May Cry-ass, Virgil-ass judgment cut. Holy shit. What a video game. And so, you get new... you get new abilities as you level up. You're encouraged to use different weapons because... Oh god, my throat. My voice! It disappeared. Hang on, I'm gonna drink tea. all of the different weapons are fun to use, have a fun variety of abilities, and even outside of what actions the weapons themselves have, you also have different skills and spells that you can just assign to the character to use, like just throw out a bunch of knives, shoot a fireball, stuff like that, which allows for some fun build crafting when combined with what is essentially the class system of equip these different elemental... I don't remember what they were called. Elemental something or others. Vessels. Equip the different elemental vessels to your characters, and you will change what class they are. And different classes will use different weapons. They will have different synergies, different kinds of builds that they want you to do while using that elemental vessel. And also, the elemental vessels themselves have some really fun abilities that they allow you to do. Like, the Vessel of Darkness allows you to just, like, grab an enemy and either pull them towards you or pull you towards them. And so I would go into a fight with this cool cat man, and I've got him using triple daggers, and I start hitting an enemy, and I launch them into the air, and then I follow them up into the air, and then I'm hitting them in the air, and then I'd, like, smack them down to the ground, and then I use the grabby hand of darkness to pull them back up to me, and I'd keep doing the air combo. Which reminds me, I need to finish Final Fantasy XVI. But yeah, like, the combat is a lot of fun. I really enjoyed... I think the voice performances were great across the board. I really enjoyed the story, even though I made fun of the main character for his decisions a whole lot. I think it looked fantastic. I think the music was great. Man, the visuals, though. Holy cow, that game is beautiful. Really great. Really great game. Loved it. Extreme shame what happened to the development team. That was fucked up. That shouldn't happen to any video game development team, especially one that makes a game that good. But, you know, talking about the game itself and my experience playing the game, I fucking loved that game. That game was great. Kaiji Tong voiced a character in a Star Ocean game in 2022. Huh. Love the second half of the game, which had some fun and silly writing. Yeah! And, like, all of the character... Like, this is something that I really enjoy a lot in... It's something that I've really come to appreciate due to Xenoblade Chronicles. Especially Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3, where instead of characters just instead of all of the fantasy characters either feeling like ye olde British voice or ye olde, like, traditional Japanese voice, but sometimes you get dwarfs and the dwarfs talk like that. I feel like they did a really great job giving a variety to how the cultures felt in terms of the writing and delivery of the dialogue. Like, the dragon girl, the dragon girl being a little Texan, a little sassy Texan, so much fun. The cat boy being a little Spanish, little Spaniard flair, just like, yeah. Just, man, really great stuff. And so, like, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 does that so well, and in some, like, fucking mind-blowing ways, looking back on it. But if nothing else, I just get a huge kick out of the cat girls having, like, Welsh, Irish, Scottish influence to the voice delivery. Just really fun decisions. Little Puss in Boots, yeah. I need to watch that Puss in Boots movie too. Damn. But yeah, Visions of Mana, really, really good. TCG Card Shop Simulator. It's another one of them. It's fine. I did really enjoy, like, the actual, like, shop simulator aspect is pretty in line with what a lot of those shop simulator games do, because they are all built off of, like, a toolkit. Like, they're all built off of, like, the same shop simulator toolkit, which is just out there. You can just get that and make one of those games yourself if you want to. But I do think they did a lot of fun stuff with the card aspect of the game, like having to deal with bulk, selling, like, high-value singles, people trying to sell high-value singles to the shop, and being able to build up a collection. Then you can just, like, open up your binder and just look at your collection. It's just like, ooh, I've got all the cards from this series of packs. And so, just, like, oh, I've got a little time to kill, I'm just gonna, like, go stand in the corner and open packs of cards while waiting for someone to come in and buy something. It was fun. I think it was cute. I think, as far as those shop simulator games go, I do think it was one of the better ones. Game devs need to normalize having every character speak a completely different left field language. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3 do that really well. I love those games. And I hate how much I love Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I think the concept of replaying Xenoblade Chronicles 2 makes me want to jump off a bridge a little bit. But I do love that game. It's weird. Complicated relationship. But yeah, like, it's fine. It is, you know, I don't really want to call it slop. I think they might use some AI assets in it, like, mostly just for the Steam page, like the fucking Supermarket Simulator, which was a big one for a while. Like, that one just uses AI assets for the Steam page. I don't think it uses any in the actual game itself. But yeah, like, those games are not highbrow entertainment. They are fun little task simulators that you can just goof around with if you so desire. You know if you want to play a shop simulator game. And I kinda did. And I had a good time with it. It's alright. Deadlock. Deadlock. It's funny how Deadlock continues to change drastically. Like, every time I play it, something fundamental about the game has changed. But that game has a lot of really fun character designs. The core, like, the fundamentals of just moving around and shooting dudes is a lot of fun. There's a lot of interesting itemization choices that are made in any individual round. Like, because you have so many item slots, you are a little more encouraged to pick up more items that are, like, specific silver bullets against your opponents. So you have to pay more attention to what they are doing to try and, like, deal with them specifically. Like, you know, you look at your opponents and you see one of them just has way more money than anyone else in the game. And it's like, okay, well, what can I get to hurt that person specifically? Deadlock is a game I wish I was good at. Yeah! Deadlock feels like a game... Well, okay. On one hand, Deadlock feels like a game that gets a lot more fun the better you are at it. But I also just... I really appreciate, like, being at an approximate skill level to my friends. Like, I really enjoy being in a lobby where all of us are, like, we are putting in the same amount of effort towards winning. We are approximately as capable of winning as anyone else on our team. I don't want to try hard in Deadlock. I spent too many years being a tryhard in League of Legends to want to live that kind of life. I am willing to put effort towards getting better. I don't want to lose every time, but it's very much a kind of experience where if you start complaining about the things that other people on your team... If you start complaining about your teammates, no, we have lost the plot here. And that's kind of my stance, but Ivy is adorable. And Jacob Lash is an asshole, and that's fun. I like Deadlock a lot. I look forward to playing more Deadlock. I think the main reason why I don't put it up into an S is because I don't really feel a pull to play Deadlock, like, all the time. I'm kind of just okay using Deadlock as a way to play some video game with a couple of friends for a few hours every now and then. And that's A-okay. It does not... I don't need every game to be in S tier. I like Deadlock a lot. I had a great time with it, and I will continue to have a great time with it. I'm looking forward to playing more of it. I will probably find an excuse to play more of it sometime within the next month or so. It was just fun! Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii! That's going straight to the top of the S tier, because... Whoa! Wow! Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii fucking rules. That game is so good. It is so much fun, and it is so much fun in so many ways that feel like the game is having fun with you. It feels like the game is aware of the ways that it is fun and encourages you to engage with the game in those ways. Because you start that game and the core combat is already, like, so much more character action game. Like, you've got jumps, you've got air combos, you have, like, you have way more ridiculous abilities, but in the context of... It feels like a halfway point between one of the traditional Yakuza games and the over-the-top goofiness of the combat in Yakuza Like a Dragon and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, where it feels more grounded because it is Majima. It is Majima there in the moment, like, with his knife doing Mad Dog Shimano style attacks, but it's so much more dynamic. He's got the air combos, you know, he's doing jump dives and shit. Like, I say it feels more, it's more grounded, and yet, like, there's air combat now. And so, it gets a lot more goofy and wild with the core combat, while still having the same kind of the Yakuza games and the Like a Dragon franchise as a whole. One of the things that I like so much about that franchise is how the core of that series is the heart. It is these characters taking things just seriously enough for you to feel invested in. The games rarely ever feel sarcastic about the ways that they are fun. They feel very genuine about the ways that they are not only fun, but genuine about the ways that these games tell more serious stories. Like, the sad moments are sad, the funny moments are funny, the creepy moments are creepy. Like, the emotions that these games elicit, it feels as though the developers feel very aware of it. It feels like they are very aware of what they are making, which allows them to make these games that much more of a cohesive whole. I feel like you're describing DMC5 where one of the characters was replaced with Majima. Yeah, the combat is ridiculous. It's character action game. Like, when you switch to the pirate style where you're dual-wielding swords and you've got a gun, eventually you get a grappling hook, and so you can, like, grapple an enemy towards you, and then while they're, like, staggered from getting pulled by the grappling hook, you do a, like, twirl away from them and charge up your fucking, like, flintlock pistol and just blast them to hell. You get magic musical instruments that let you summon sharks out of the ground. You can summon a giant ape that just goes ape shit on the opponents. This giant monkey just goes around punching dudes. And then you have the ship combat, and you can drift. You've got boat drifting, and you use the boat drift to line up your cannon shots, and then you can boost out of the way of the return fire. You've got machine guns on your pirate ship, and then for any of the big important pirate ship fights, once you've got them taken out, you go and board them along with your crew that you make up of all kinds of fun, crazy, weirdo NPCs, and like a bunch of reference NPCs from other games in the franchise and stuff like that. And so you and like Ono Michio and a bunch of ladies with guns just like you're boarding their ship. And now you're fighting on their ship, which might be on fucking fire because you busted up their ship so bad. And then you're just like, you're fighting them. You're like, you're blasting them with guns, and you've got a guy in a chicken mask with an SMG, and he's tearing shit up. It's so much fun, but all of the goofy, ridiculous, over-the-top fun stuff, just like, you know, walking around Hawaii and using a grappling hook to find pirate treasure. Like, yeah. You get to, like, customize your fucking Segway to have all kind... You can dress up your Segway like a fucking golden chariot. And you're hanging out with a child and a tiger cub. And then you get into a fight on the streets of Hawaii wearing your fucking pirate costume. And you're fighting these dudes with your dual cutlasses and your flintlock pistol, and then the tiger cub just, like, swipes at the guy and staggers him, and then you get an opening to hit him. And so you have all of this ridiculous stuff, but then the story that it is telling feels like a genuine pirate story. It's not, like... It is silly in that it is a game that is taking place in modern day, and Samoa Joe is the Pirate King, and you have to find the hidden treasure. That's ridiculous, but it takes the game, it plays it all so straight. It connects to infinite wealth and answers a question from that game. Yes! Like, one of the major locations in that game is a secret pirate hideout. And you go in there and you do arena fights, and the arena is a giant pool of water, because you're not just, like, fighting, like, fist to fist. You are fighting boat to boat. It's a pirate ship coliseum. And all of this stuff is happening, and it's so goofy, it's so much fun. And then you have these emotional moments between these main characters. Like, one of the main characters betrays the team. And, like, there's really good, genuine delivery from that character, and the conversation that happens as a result, and the choices that are made. Like, everyone involved in the story is taking everything very seriously. Like, these characters are not just hunting this giant pirate treasure just on a lark. It's not a goofy thing. Like, this treasure is real, and people are killing people for it. This treasure, like, and this child character is just one of the best child characters in a video game. Noah's great. Like, Noah is going on this grand adventure because he was very sheltered. He wants to leave his little safe island and go on this grand adventure. And the people around him are invested in him going on this adventure and invested in the success of this treasure hunt, because the treasure hunt might have the cure for this kid's, like, chronic illness. And it's real. Like, it's taken seriously. It's played straight. It's not tongue-in-cheek. It is, like... And so these ridiculous things happen, but because of that heart, because of the very genuine center of all of this, it just works. It's so much fun. It's so much fun, and it's not just fun to play, but it, like, one of the first things that happens in the game is you get your pirate ship, and you get the start of your crew. You know, you get your child friend and his dad, and you've got your crew, and you're taking off, and the child starts singing a sea shanty. And it turns into a full musical production of everyone singing the sea shanty with choreography, and it is, like, that moment, like, you laugh because it's ridiculous, but it's just like, yeah! This is a pirate story. I'm going on a treasure hunt, and they're singing a sea shanty. This rules! And so, just top to bottom, front to back, I fucking love Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. One of the only complaints that I can really call to mind about that game, about that experience, was the character progression in terms of, like, unlockable abilities and stuff like that does feel a little front-loaded. So, once you hit the halfway point, you're not getting a whole lot more cool new abilities. But I think that's fine, especially because it is not a, like, full-size Like a Dragon game. Like, it is a Gaiden experience, so it is overall a smaller, shorter game. I mean, shit. How many hours did I put into that game? Like, it's not lacking in content in any way, shape, or form. So, it's got just One of my favorite Like a Dragon games, one of my favorite Yakuza games, let alone one of my favorite, probably my game of the year for last year, and just one of my favorite video games. I fucking love that game. Later, Cockette. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the VOD. Hi, welcome to the VOD. But yeah, it's just so good. Why did you blunder explode? Why did you egg explode in Egg Squeeze? It's a weird fucking game about press a click to squeeze the egg, but not too long. Squeeze the egg until it's about to break, but don't break it. How do you know if you're gonna break the egg? You don't. Really, you basically just don't. You kinda just gotta do your best. Because if you successfully squeeze the egg enough times, then you get, like, combos, and you get more points. And if you earn enough egg squeezing points, then you unlock new UI elements. They don't really help you squeeze the egg any better, but you can look at them. It's got a weird fucking story. I didn't finish the game. I don't know what the ending is, but I did not have the patience to squeeze the egg for like 2,000 points or whatever it was. It's, I think it belongs right here next to Forklift Load. It's fucking weird. It's interesting. I don't know if it's good, but I enjoyed streaming it. Heart of the Machine. Alright, so here's the elevator pitch for Heart of the Machine. It's a strategy RPG, kind of a visual novel. It's a city builder, it's a 4X, and it's like 4 or 5 other genres also. It's weird. It's a game that feels like it revels in having a ton of mechanics, and if you zoom out and look at the big picture, it can feel overwhelming. Now, the game does a lot of really smart things to minimize how overwhelming this game can be, because there are so many things you can do in the game. A lot of things the game just doesn't tell you about. You just kind of got to figure it out yourself. But I think one of the biggest things that kind of makes the game more approachable is it's turn-based. So all of your units, all of your, you just have a limited number of things that you can do, and then the turn is over. And there are not that many situations that the game presents where you really need to optimize how many turns you are spending on any individual action or any individual project that you are trying to complete. And so the game gives you not only a lot of space to experiment, but it also gives you a really solid tutorial with a couple of branching paths to make it really interesting. But the game gives you a really solid tutorial teaching you the fundamentals of how you go about not only accomplishing specific things, but also learning how to do the thing that comes next. It is very interesting, and I would generally recommend people who are interested in, like, slower paced games where there's a lot of stuff that you can discover. I think I would recommend Heart of the Machine, because there are so many cool things that you can do, and a lot of those things stem off of the fundamentals that the tutorial teaches you. And the tutorial kind of guides you step by step through some pretty complicated objectives. But because the game walks you through it, like, it is showing you each step of the process. And you can use that same, like, train of thought. You can use those same processes to learn how to do basically anything in the game. It introduces really weird and engaging events. Like, in the game you play as a sentient AI. And at one point in my playthrough, I allowed some AI researchers direct access to my AI brain, basically. And as they are poking and prodding around in my AI brain, something happens. And I suddenly become obsessed with ending homelessness. Just like all these homeless people living in shacks and slums in this city? Not anymore. I will not do anything. I will accomplish no other tangible objective until I have solved homelessness in this town. And throughout the process of trying to solve homelessness, there was like a problem cascade that I encountered of solve homelessness or become Skynet. It was just like, no, I have to solve homelessness. Like, that's the only thing I care about. It removed every other objective that I had available. Every primary objective, every side objective, gone. Solve homelessness. And so I started building up these I started building up like a ton of fucking mega structures, like these mega towers of apartments that would house all of like the huge homeless population in this town. And so I'm building them up. Oh shit, my buildings are under attack. Hey, all of the slumlords that are in control of all of the the slums and the shacks that all of the homeless people are living in, they are not happy that I am solving homelessness. And so because I started building a ton of these buildings to house the homeless population all at the same time, I pissed off so many of these slumlords all at the same time that it broke out into an all-out war across the entire city between me and the slumlords. Like, it was me against the slumlords, and it wasn't just like in the one section of town where I was actively building the towers where I was actually putting all the homeless people. How the system worked was I would put down these buildings, and these buildings would just automatically send out drones to go clean up the slums and bring the homeless people into the buildings and just like help them relocate into the safe, free housing. And what happened was I was not paying enough attention to what my drones that were going out from these buildings were doing. And so they had already cleared up all the slums around them, and they were starting to march like partway across the city into different slums that were in the fog of war. I didn't see any of this happening. They were marching into other slums and like getting into these massive like wars with the slumlords. And so the slumlords that were raised as a part of their uprising against me, they were like, once they took out the couple of drones that had gone into their territory, they started they started encroaching onto my territory, and not over where I was building the fucking apartment buildings. They started taking out my fucking furniture factories, which I needed to furnish all of the apartment buildings that I was building. And then as a result of me trying to take back my furniture factories, I accidentally blew up part of a military base, and then that military faction started dropping giant robots on my fucking base. And so it was just like one thing led to another thing and led to another thing. I ended up having to like roll back to an earlier save because this like problem cascade of my autonomous drones going out trying to clean up, like trying to solve homelessness. They were trying to like help these homeless people move into these really nice apartment buildings that I had put together. As a result of that, and me not keeping tabs on them, like several factions of aggressive militarized like bad dudes were like just destroying all of my shit. It was amazing. And so if you like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress and that kind of game where you're just like gradually building up like a foundation of like resources and not just like, you know, wood and stone, but like assets. Like, here are my dudes, here are my robots that go out and do stuff for me. Like resources and asset management. And the game is just really funny and clever. Like, it's funny in a very tongue-in-cheek kind of way. Just like, one of the earliest actions that you can take in the game is you can spy on people going in and out of a hotel. And so, like, because you're an AI and do not have a thorough understanding of humanity, one of the options that you have is, like, oh, these people must be in a difficult financial situation, so I'm just gonna give them some food and money so they can improve their lives. And sometimes that'll work out great. Sometimes these people are like going in and out of these hotels because they're drug dealers and they are like perpetuating societal issues, and it's just like, oh, well, that's not good. And sometimes when you spy on the people going in and out of the hotel, your drone just sees people fucking, and it's just like, ew, gross. So the game is very clever, it's very witty, and it does a lot of really interesting things with presenting you with interesting situations. Like, what's that term? Not procedural. Emergent gameplay. Like, it has fun emergent gameplay scenarios, but also it just has a lot of stuff that can happen. Just a lot of unique events that can occur, and different ways that you can encounter these events, and different ways that you can solve these events. You can try and just be like super secretive, super underground, just like nobody knows what you're doing. You're going through shell companies, you've got disguises and stuff. Or you can just like, first thing you do is you just, like, completely overtake a building full of civilians, and it's just like, fuck you guys, this shit is mine, I'm coming for y'all. And the game would play completely differently if that's your approach. I talked myself into giving it an S. I was originally going to give it a high A, because it's like, I feel as though I should play more of it, and I probably will, but I haven't recently really felt the pull to go back and play more right now, but I know I will, because it's so weird, it's so interesting. Yeah, so many dialogue options throughout the course of the game. Any time where you are interacting with another human being, there is often the option to just kill them. What does that get you? Unclear? Maybe nothing. But you can do it. At any moment, you can just become Killer Robot Swarm and just become the Crisis. It's great. And also, it's like $20 or something like that. I recall it not being more than 40 at least. It is affordable. It is fun. Highly recommended. Yeah, Expedition 33, yeah, Game of the Year, whatever. It's fine. No, Expedition 33 is genuinely one of the best turn-based RPGs. It is so smart about its systems. It doesn't waste your time. It is a beautiful game with an incredible soundtrack and, like, some of the best, like, performances in a video game, I think. Like, not just the vocal performances, but, like, the mocap and all of that. Like, just really, really fantastic. It's a very sad story. It is very fatalistic, very French in many ways. But it is a game that does not wallow in sadness, which is something that I feared based off of my, like, some of my initial impressions of the game. It is a game that is very capable of having fun. It is a game that is it explores the human condition, so to say. There is heartbreak, there is grief, there is strife, but there is just characters being very fun and funny, and funny things happening. There are a lot of characters that are very whimsical and magical. And nothing ever feels like it is going too far in any direction. Every emotional moment, whatever emotion that may be, feels earned, and it feels well executed. It feels like they had a very strong... It feels like they knew the game they were making going into it, and they did a fantastic job. Like, just every concept, except for, like, some of the minigames, very well executed. And even the minigames are just like, it doesn't really feel like a game that has minigames in it, but it does! And some of them are fun. It's got, like, silly platforming sequences where you can earn swimsuits for the characters if you want to just walk around in a swimsuit for some reason. Like, there are hidden bosses everywhere that are weird mime dolls, and if you beat up the mimes, then you unlock costumes for the characters that make them dress, like, comically French. Just like they've got the beret, the striped shirt, the neckerchief. And these costumes are called the baguette costumes. And so... And the gameplay, just the level of customization that you have, it is incredible. The way the build crafting is so good, because how the game works is you have these Pictos, and what these are you equip them into one of 3 slots on a character, and they give some kind of benefit. They will grant an ability, and they will usually increase 1 or 2 stats. And these abilities can be things like give you an extra action point during a turn, and different actions will take different amounts of action points. So one additional action point might not make or break how much you are capable of doing, but they make a huge difference. Because if you have several of these abilities that let you start with additional action points, and maybe you have an ability that gives you additional action points when you get the haste effect, and then you have this other ability that lets you start every battle with the haste effect. So you start a battle, you get the haste effect, you get several additional action points because it's the first time you have gotten the haste effect this turn. You now are starting your first turn with maximum action points, so you can use even your most powerful abilities, like, right away, without having to worry about trying to build up to generate the resources that you would normally need to use them. It is so incredibly smart. It is so well designed, because there are a lot of ways to break the game, but when you break the game, it does not feel as though you have taken away fun. It feels as though... In my experience, when I would find something broken that I could do, my reaction to that is not, oh, well, I guess combat isn't really a problem anymore. I guess I don't really have to care about combat anymore. My reaction was always, but what if I did this instead? Would that make this, like, series of ridiculous procs and triggers and, like, bonuses, can I make this more ridiculous? Or, like, well, that was fun. Let's try something else. Let's try a different build. Because the game is constantly giving you new abilities. It gives you just enough of them at any moment, and it is smart about which abilities it gives you at any time. It is very intentional, like, how you get this ability, and then this ability, and then this ability, and all 3 of those abilities will synergize into a fairly straightforward but very functional combo, basically. It is... And it's a turn-based game, and it has parries, so, you know, that kind of thing is not new. Super Mario RPG basically had parries. It had the timed blocks. But even that aspect of the game is still quite smart, because there are 2 different ways to mitigate damage from enemies. And you unlock a third later on. But these... You have 2 different options. You have parry, which if you successfully parry every attack the enemy does, then you do a counterattack. But the timing for parrying is generally pretty tight. It's difficult, especially until you learn the specific timing. That's why they give you the dodge. the window that you have for dodging an attack is much wider, but as a result, you do not get the counterattack if you dodge every attack that the enemy does. So you can use the dodge to, like, hone in on where the parry timing is, because there are two different results from a dodge. You can do a dodge, but then you can do a perfect dodge. And the perfect dodge can give you various benefits depending on your skills, but the perfect dodge timing is the same as the parry timing. So if you just use the dodge to, like, learn the timing, once you are consistently getting the perfect dodge timing, then you can just switch to the parrying, use the same timing, and you will then start to parry your enemy's attacks. Just everything about its mechanics, everything about its world building, the way that it tells its story, like, the writing is really great. It's just incredible. Like, it is genuinely one of the best turn-based RPGs of all time, in my opinion. I think it is actually just really, truly fantastic. Is it Indie Game of the Year? I don't know about that. I think Silksong could have taken that title. I think that would have been fine. But, you know, regardless of whether it's indie or not, does not detract from the fact that it is a genuinely, truly fantastic video game. And if you like turn-based RPGs, and you have, you know, you have a system that can actually run the game well. I was generally playing on pretty high graphics, but my computer would start to chug a little bit at times. But I think if you like turn-based RPGs and you are capable of playing Expedition 33, I think you are doing yourself a disservice not playing it. And I think this will be the last game that we talk about for this stream. We got through, you know, about half the list. I think this will work for this being a two-parter as usual. Dreams of Ether. Hey, do you like WarioWare? What if WarioWare had cool furries in it? And was made by some of my friends. Love it. You know, it's a short experience, but I think the various additional game modes, like the fucking game mode where you're playing two different minigames at the same time, the endless modes, stuff like that. And also just, like, every individual minigame was a lot of fun. I think Dreams of Ether is really fantastic. And shit, you could, you know, you could beat the game in just a couple of hours. It's great. It's cute. It's fun. Got a great soundtrack. Looks great. Plays great. It sparks joy. Yeah. Yeah. Dreams of Ether. One of the best video games of 2025. And I ain't afraid to say it. So yeah, not as many... I believe I had played like 60-something games on stream during 2025. There's a couple of honorable mentions that should probably get discussed during these streams, like Silksong, because I didn't stream Silksong, but I beat it. I 100%ed that game. That game rules. But we'll talk about that next time. But yeah, some honorable mentions will probably sneak their way in here, but I think that 2025 was a really great year for video games. And even though I didn't play as many games last year as I may have in years prior, I think Pirate Yakuza, Expedition 33, Signalis, some real fucking heavy hitters that I played over the course of last year. I really liked Pokemon ZA. I thought this was a really fantastic Pokemon game. Kirby Air Riders, great! Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, so much fun. Donkey Kong Bonanza, so much fun. Well, we'll talk about you later. But I might not have played quite as many games this last year, not as wide a variety of games, but I played some really fucking good video games last year, and I'm looking forward to talking about the rest of them. And then once we've taken care of that, I'm looking forward to playing some fucking video games this year. How about it? So, I am going to be... I do have one more thing that I'm going to be away for. I'm going to ANE, Anthro New England, later this month. So I will probably miss a couple of streams due to that. But then, we ought to be good. We ought to be safe. And I can just fucking play some video games, beat some video games. Things are going to be great. So, that's it for the stream for this evening. Come back Saturday for the rest of the 2025 tier list. Thanks again to Dan for the tier 3 resub, 10 gift subs, and $11.10 donation. Thanks again to Fidel, Taran, and Ash for the resubs, Cult for the tier 3 resub, Taran for the $20 donation, Yozate for the raid, and thanks to everyone for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff. It's good to be back. I'm looking forward to streaming this year, you know? It's gonna be a good year, I think. So let's see who's up, who's streaming at the moment. Permavermin is playing Silk Song. Spout is playing Cat Named Mojave, which I understand to be a fucking weirdo horror game. You know what? I think it has been long enough. Actually, I was gonna say, I think it's been long enough that we can safely raid a Silk Song stream, but I believe that Permavermin is pretty late into the game. So I think... let's see. Oh, hell yeah, the current Not Game Center CX episode is subtitled. Hell yeah. If you want to go check out Permavermin's stream, Permavermin is a cool streamer, and I recommend watching their stream if you are not concerned with Silksong spoilers. But I still am a little antsy about about spoiling that game, because it's kind of a big deal, you know? But yeah, let's go watch some Game Center CX, and hopefully I will see you all again on Saturday for tier list part 2. Have a good one.